Hello. Hello.
Unmute on my side and then unmute the comms next.
Oh, apparently I am in the void. I forgot to put my I forgot my avatar.
Lol.
I am in the void.
So yeah, so back when material, because I used to be on not Goblin Crystal, I was on like something else like Balmug or something. I was on a weird there was no theme or like, you know, trend quote unquote to the previous server I was on. But then I went to Materia Ravana, because that one was like Wombat or what have you, and it was like, oh yay, cool, Wombat, which is kind of on the southeast coast. Anyway, I was going through Stormblood, and I distinctly remember, you know that like scene, you know when you're like invading like Doman Castle or something like that, and you have like that lane, and then you have like the cannons. I distinctly remember as a tank, like feeling worried that, oh no, I'm about to I felt worried that I was gonna get hit by the thingamadiggy. Hang on a second, I need to accept the thingamadiggy. Oh my god, it won't accept it because I'm using Edge. Fuck you. Twitch, just let me use Edge, please. It's better than Chrome when I don't want shit happening. Any whoosies. I remember going through that, and I was able to just sort of duck and weave. Like, I was no longer dealing with like 300 millisecond ping. I was now 90 milliseconds or something crazy like that. And it was like, there was Ultra Instincts moments going off, and you were with me in that dungeon. And then there was also raids and trials, and you were like, this is bullshit. You should not be able to dodge that. You felt so miffed.
That was weird. For some reason, my thing stopped streaming for some reason. I don't know what happened there.
Ooh, okay.
That was just weird sauce. Like I was streaming and then all of a sudden not streaming. Maybe I hit the button accidentally without realizing it.
Maybe. Oh wait, is it? What? Notify my. You are streaming right now, aren't you? Yeah, it says you're live.
Yeah, I just hit the button again, and apparently I wasn't live for a few minutes there.
Do you see my messages?
Yeah, I see your messages now.
Oh, okay, because, yeah, hang on. I'm going to see if I can, because it doesn't have my little icon when I do them. Normally it's supposed to have my little icon when I do them. But, yeah, I loved, as much as I loved Materia for, you know, after finally being on, like, you know, 300 millisecond ping for, like, you know, decade plus of playing online video games and such, in a mixture of, like, Warframe, AIM, Final Fantasy, Call of Duty, and all them. I didn't want. It was like, none of the other people are here on Materia.
There's no Dazzy. There's no Sash. They've all abandoned us.
But the thing is at the same time as well, is like, am I playing constantly with Dazzy and Sasher and all them? It's like, not really. Really, the most time I get to hang out with people is during streams, when it's like, okay, we're gonna be like playing with other people. Let me move over to Materia where everyone can get to. So yeah. All right. Sorry. I'm just doing one more thing. Like, this is the part that, like, you know, Code was waiting for me to start the stream, and he was being so polite and not telling me off for this. But I'm making myself a silly little redeem. You may notice it. Hi there, Porky.
Where you guys can do something silly.
It's depending on your status on my stream, it's either going to be silly or it's going to be goated, okay? It really depends on who uses the redeem, okay? It really depends on who uses the redeem. So it's really cheap right now because, you know, I want to see who's going to do it. I want to know who is going to be the silly little goober that's going to press the button. Like, maybe I should make it like maybe I should get that, like, big threatening red button, like the one from Peter Griffin, where it says don't.
Push the button, bear.
What button are we not pushing?
The button.
The button, it's on my stream, Velk.
No, I don't see a button.
You don't see a button? It's one channel point. Hey, Incineroar! Why are you stealing my shirt so soon? That wasn't the button I was talking.
Oh god, fuck. Alright, no. I'm not pushing that button.
What do you mean you're not pushing that button, Velk?
I'm not pushing that button.
You could be pushing that button. You could be pushing that button. Oh, look! Incineroar press the button!
Is it actually gonna play an ad, or is it just gonna do the whole? Hey, you can.
No, it played an ad. Hello.
Wow. You can pretty much just fuck everyone from watching your thing and just have them all watch ads the entire time.
I'll be real with you. It's very like maybe I will put like a little additional thing in Madigi, like a quick math to be like, once it's done with putting 1 point in, I'll make it so it increases by 1 each time. You can't spam it, thankfully. Like it's got like a 45-second cooldown, so and it only lasts for like 30 seconds. But like, you know, this could be funny. This could be really funny.
Could be.
Could be. Ugh. You know what's one of the things I want to try and do? I want to try and talk to Twitch support and trying to... Because I was talking about this with Artemis. This might be a first world white privilege, but I'm really upset that I missed out on the MSQ chat badge on Twitch.
Oh, you mean the Moogle?
No, not the... I got the Moogle. So I've got the... So I've got the Fat Cat, I've got the Moogle, I've got the content unlock chat quest, but I don't have the MSQ. And I really, and it's like actually, just
I don't know if I've got it either.
It's you had to have watched a Final Fantasy 14 stream during the American Final Fantasy Fest.
How do you check your badges?
If you click on your badge icon in chat, you can see a whole thing. I love how Incineroar says, I like pushing buttons like the ones on Grant's chest. Thank you. Thank you for pushing buttons for me. Thank you for pushing buttons for chat.
Okay, let me have a look. No, I don't have the Moogle one either.
The Moogle one, I think you can watch. I think you can get the Moogle one from current. Like you have today to get the Moogle one from Final Fantasy 14 streams. So.
Well, that's right. I can throw on a Final Fantasy 14 stream later.
Yeah. So, because like, let's see. There's Cyrus Hyre. Oh no, that's Final Fantasy. I hate how Final Fantasy caps locks their newer games. Oh wait, here's one. Elizabeth Rose. Let's see. Is Elizabeth Rose Blood Flame? Oh my gosh, what kind of anime name is this? Me, just. There we go.
Wow.
So
way not to insult your chat by saying, hey, what kind of anime ass name is this?
What kind of anime ass name is this? But yeah, they might be, because I was able to get my chat badge by watching like some cat girl. Like she wasn't like a girl with cat ears. She was just literally a cat. Like I can't remember what her name is, but she's just literally a cat. That's how I got my chat badge.
I love the fact that you're like, some cat girl, but it's like literally a cat, like not a girl with cat ears. No, it's a cat with girl ears.
No, it's just a cat. Just a cat.
I like my version better.
Yeah, okay.
That's disturbing.
That is a little disturbing, but let's be real. That is par for the course for conversations in our stream here. We're not like your typical lowbrow anime enjoyers that are just sort of talking about like, oh my goodness, why isn't Supergirl sexy in the new James Gunn Supergirl film, or nothing like that. We're instead something real deep and prolific, such as, why are cat girls not with human ears and cat features?
Yeah.
So yeah.
The real topics people want to know.
Yeah, the real topics. These are very real topics. Alrighty then. Let me get my Diablo up and running, because I need to start Battle.net and all kinds of bullshit. Can I be real with you?
I mean, you can if you want, but I mean,
I've been putting in some time into Diablo 3 outside of stream with an alt character.
I noticed. Which character you've been playing?
I've played as the Demon Hunter, the crossbow one.
Do you like them?
I think they're all right. I don't have the power fantasy like that Velk is demonstrating, because Velk sends me a message of like, oh man, Monk is so fun, where he just is like so close to doing like there's apparently an achievement for getting through the first act in like 1 hour or less.
Yeah.
Which is frankly ridiculous.
I wasn't close to getting that. I was almost an hour off.
Alrighty, is there a way for me to invite? Yes, there is. Hang on a second. So I need to invite these people into the background.
But yeah, Monk was way more fun than it was originally.
That's good, because you did mention, like, any of the melee characters were just, like, absolute ass at the start. Hi there, Buppo. Welcome to the stream.
How you doing?
So, yeah. Alright, so just...
I wouldn't say that it was ass. Ass has a use.
Speaking of ass, you're actually here with us at the start of the stream.
Great segue, and correct.
Yeah,
I know
absolutely correct. So yeah,
It's scary, isn't it?
Yeah, he's no chat. Like, for context, without going too deep into it, Velt couldn't be here normally for the entirety of a stream, either at the start or at the middle, because his ass don't work. Like, well, just oversimplification there, unless you want to go into detail.
We'll save it because yuck. But for 10 years, I have had to deal with that, and now no longer.
Yeah.
Which is weird.
He no longer has an ass. They got rid of it.
What? Oh god, I wish.
Like the wonders of medical technology. They just got rid of his ass, and now he can just sit wherever he wants with no problems. It's amazing.
Yeah, I actually can sit.
So yeah.
I couldn't before.
Mario, remove my
joins the
ass.
crusade, but our foes grow in strength.
So yeah. But yeah, I did like amazingly enough. I did some offline nonsense, and
by the way, check this out. This is my Army of the Dead.
Oh Jesus Christ!
Wow. Okay.
So yeah.
It has a very long recharge time, though.
All right. So I've got myself 2 pieces of legendary armor. You know how we have Leoric's crown?
Yeah.
I found... Oh, god damn it, Artemis. You stole my shirt. I have a broken crown. I'll be real with you. When I got, like, during my offline stream, like, you know, getting another crown headpiece, I was like, oh my god, I'm getting Leoric's crown. Is that all we can get in Act 1? No, instead, we get something called a broken crown. And I'll be real with you, this one's kind of interesting. Basically, so crit chance increases by 2% and all that. The secondary thing, however, is this. Whenever a gem drops, a gem of the type socketed into your helmet also drops. This effect does not apply to legendary gems. Also, I do not know how do I get the gem out from here.
Later.
I swear there was a way I was able to get rid of it before.
There isn't. Not yet.
Hang on. There we go. Got it back. I just had to destroy Leoric's crown. I knew I did it before, was the thing. So there we go. I now have 2 pieces of legendary gear. A broken crown and a heart of iron that apparently does thorn damage. And I gain thorn damage equal to 264% of my vitality. Yeah!
Yeah.
And I can probably give this lucky chainmail to one of these other guys. Oh, actually, no, you've already got a pretty decent one. What about you? Oh, you got nothing on, so there you go. I'm never gonna use this scoundrel, but fuck it. you can get equipped.
Never gonna dance again?
All right.
Okay. So, we've got to talk to Deckard, don't we?
The stranger,
Here,
actually.
The second piece of the sword. Magda now seeks the third.
I now have both shirts. Belk and I have metaphorically stolen your shirts as well.
A fishing village.
The only fishing village near here is Wortham.
You're right, Leah. It must be Wortham. There is a ferry on the edge of Tristram that will take you there.
Alright, alright. The Buzzy Bub, thank you so much for the follow. I greatly appreciate it. Welcome to the stream. I am a himbo zebra going through games in my backlog, both old and new. I have never gone through the Diablo franchise before now, and I've gone through 1 and 2 thanks to these lovely Actually, I totally forgot to mention, like, while Code and Velker in the chat and all that kind of nonsense, they have been helping me go through Diablo 1 and Diablo 2. They are subject matter experts. So yeah. Also, please no backseating while we go through the Diablo franchise. If we have questions, they shall be asked, and we'll probably go towards Code and Velk first before it goes to chat.
I will take you, but beware. Smoke rises from the village.
Milk bar? Who's going to the milk bar?
That's because of my pecs being out.
Yeah.
One of the men retrieved a strange artifact in his nets. It looked like a hilt of an ancient blade, but I know it must be more. The fisherman argued with me, but I convinced him to leave it in the safety of the chapel, a holy place for a holy
Death to those who defy the power of the cult.
Seems a cult's taken over.
You don't say.
Please, my family's hiding in the chapel with the rest of the town's.
Wow. Way to not shoot innocent civilians.
I never said I wasn't going to.
He's a demon hunter, not a hero. This is the classic Diablo player is just shooting indiscriminately.
Fools! You cannot keep the sword from me!
This is bad.
My servants will burn this town to ashes!
Bam.
I hear something coming.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Good battle.
That looks dangerous when you decide to like bring your skeleton army to just be bum rushing a person I'm attacking. Oh, hello. There we go. So the hammer I got was the mental knock.
The hilt of an ancient sword,
which is two-handed.
Recently.
I got Mentor's Legacy.
To check on Uncle Deckard.
And then the Suffering Ram, apparently.
Alright. Oh, hello. It was literally there.
Hero's errand here. I captured all 3 sword pieces and your friends.
I should have known. I must get back to Kane's house.
They are really utilizing like the home base way more than the first 2 games.
Yeah.
The end of the Orodrum. Okay.
It's your choice, Kane. Either use your Horadric arts to repair the sword, or your dear Leah dies a horrible death.
All this pain.
Wait, what happened to the cube?
What is the sword to you?
That's a good question.
Nothing. To my master, Belial, everything.
Lol, it takes like 3 sorcerers to... Oh, that's why it took 3.
Your rage is overwhelming, girl. You win this round, but if the sword cannot be mine, I'll claim the one it's bound to. In the end, the blade shall be mine.
Uncle, you can't die.
Nothing can stop that now. But there is one last thing I must do. The sword must be made whole. Just as I suspected, the sword is of the high heavens. The stranger is an angel. Heed the journal. The truth lies within.
Uncle Deckard!
I'll be frank with you.
No!
I'm amazed that he lived for this long. Like, he was already an old man back in Diablo 2.
People's age is very different in this world.
Ah, okay. Wait,
But
why can't we go
also-
in the room again? Like, what the shit? We can't go into the...
I can't believe that they killed him off, because that is fucking horrible.
What? Why? Like...
Exactly. Why would they kill him off? Incorrect. He's just in a farm somewhere living happily for the rest of his life.
Exactly.
Okay, so while they're going through their, like, little like, maybe it's because of the fact that I don't have, like, however many years it was between Diablo 2 and Diablo 3 of, like, putting Deckard Cain on, like, a, oh my gosh, Deckard Cain had, like, so much great importance to us. He was literally a dude with a book that was just like, ah, yes, I can examine this thingy-majiggy for you. Yes, the sword looks to be a sword.
He doesn't get it, Val.
He doesn't.
You're
He
right.
never will. He never will.
I never will,
Yeah.
because it's probably one of those things where it's just I didn't have the same emotional investment that the other two of you did. Because, like, to me, he's just an old man that identified my equipment. Like, he didn't defend us against anything. Like, he was just like...
He couldn't. He's not a fighter. He's a scholar. What do you expect him to do?
He didn't, but again, like, there wasn't, like, you know, he wasn't holding something else for us. He literally just identified books and such.
Because that's all he could do for us.
If only I could control this power, I could have saved him.
I'm sorry, Leah. It is hard to see someone so close fall. I will go after Magda.
Magda and her master Belial.
Thank you for the random shirt there, Sir Dragon.
Falling from the heavens as the shadow rises from the abyss. The stranger is the key to all of this.
We must bring him the sword, so that he can fight it out.
Damn it, Sir Dragon.
When my power erupted, I saw into Magda's mind for an instant. She's fled to the highlands. You can reach them through the caves above Wortham. You have to know, she'll be waiting for you.
She won't have to wait long.
Thank you for the quote. Also, so we got this random Book of Cain for unidentified items, but we can just identify items while out and about.
Yeah, but that thing does it pretty much instantly.
Cookie for Vol! Here's your cookie.
Late game.
More useful for late game. Gotcha.
Looks like we gotta go back to the chapel.
Oh, 7 items. 9 items crushed.
Because I vault and destroy random things.
Which is
like, I'll be real with you, that is like the funnest part. Thank you so much for the hyper himbo. I greatly appreciate it. Welcome, welcome. Let's see, it was Sir Dragon that hyper himboed me, I see. Ooh, helmets of focus. What the?
Oh, right. Right.
Spider eggs.
It's your favorite.
Well, like, actually, you know what? I forgot to talk about this. I was on a date Friday night, which was why I wasn't playing the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV. It was an amazing day. We went out. It was great. We watched some. These are weird, like, horror fantasy spiders, not like realistic looking spiders. Anywhoosies. Got back home and all that kind of nonsense. Was about to go to bed, and there was a massive fucking spider at the top of my
Sings to me.
at the top of my cupboard. It was absolutely terrible. Nope. Sorry, Sir Dragon. Busy with my story, thank you very much. So, brain, come on, you can. So yeah, giant fucking spider on the top of my cupboard, and I was trying to be a good, like, Australian, okay? Because, like, apparently you're not supposed to kill the spiders. You're supposed to, like, try and, like, herd them outside, right? So they can deal with the bugs out there. And I was trying to do that. I had, like, a piece of paper, and I was trying to, like, have the spider, like, go onto the paper, but it kept, like, crawling backwards, and then at one point, it fell off the wall, and onto the floor. And then it started running to me. So I had to defend myself. I had to step on it. The spider was coming at me.
Sure it was, Grant. Sure it was.
It was! I was trying to be, like, proper and safe, but it decided to say, nah, fuck that, I'm chasing the American. I had to defend myself.
You mean like it is now?
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ, that is a huge one.
I used to be one of them. Ordinary, untouched, until her voice came to me. Then I knew how I must serve. I must kill the one who threatens my mistress and the dark power that created her. I have been chosen.
Code's enraged something while we're off on a different
This will be a good battle.
Yeah, you know, just killing things.
My faith is rewarded.
You know, just murdering some arachnid horrors. You know, just the normal.
Chancellor Eamon, it is of the utmost importance that we secure my manor from the traitorous rabble in Tristram. The caves to the east are too close to my land. They must be blocked, completely obstructed. I believe the Archbishop
looks like it's upwards.
has magically bound some arachnids of late.
Expecting a
They
reaction
may serve us well.
from Grant about my new pet.
What?
Ah.
Oh, you got a spider as a pet now?
My wrath is
Yeah.
low.
Damn.
I don't think you're getting a reaction out of him.
No, I didn't.
I am already, like, just having to fucking... I just have to shut up and lock in when surrounded by spiders, I'm sorry. Oh yeah, our loot's independent, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Cool, awesome. Because I was being a bit of a loot goblin earlier. Like Vol said, nightmare fuel. The only saving grace with dealing with, like, these bigger spiders is just the fact that, like, they look more like tyranids and not like, you know, spiders we get in Australia. So long as I don't get jump scared by, like, IRL, I think I'll be good. Oh, once again, a million skeletons popping out of nowhere. Is that like
sound is so loud.
Oh, is it?
The skeletons, yes.
Okay, Code will need to do it.
Excuse me for using a really useful skill.
You're
Do it again.
excused.
Do it again.
First you can't get out of the way, and now you're deafening everyone. Damn.
Well, he's not deafening me. I don't know about you. Maybe you just have very sensitive hearing after losing your ass. It's like how when you lose one sense, all of them get enhanced.
What does... That's not even connected.
It is.
I require more wrath.
Also, you're missing out on, like, this guy over here. There we go.
You still haven't cleared the stuff from behind.
What do you mean I haven't cleared the stuff from behind? There's things ahead of us. Oh, there it is.
Ooh, new skill.
Oh yeah, I got news.
Yeah, I got a couple. Okay. I need to really rethink my layout because some of these skills aren't really working for me too well.
Ooh, legendary shoulders. What do they do? Homing pads. Chance to deal 11% area damage on hit, reduces cooldown of all skills by 5%. Honestly, it's doing the same thing as my rush shoulders, giving me extra gold from monsters. Your town portal is no longer interrupted by taking damage. While casting town portal, you gain a protective bubble that reduces damage by 60%. Cool, I suppose.
Skeleton Mage.
Not enough wrath. Nothing stops the crusade.
Over in for now. I'll go Fealty. Will of the Duration. Okay, well, let's do that for now. Bone Spirit, Bone Armor. Okay.
And then I got Judgment here, which is mobilizing. Yep, cool. And then my utility is nonsense. Let's see how the speed works.
Sorry, I'm just looking at some skills.
All good, all good. I'm looking at this. I'm just looking at skills as well. So let's see how this works. And then I've got. So I now have a trusty steed. Hi there, Time Box. Welcome. A trusty steed called Nightmare. There's a lot of fantasy games that use the name Nightmare for their horses. Do you ever notice that?
A few.
We got Nightmare in Final Fantasy XIV. We got Nightmare in Elder Scrolls. We got Nightmare in in Diablo 3.
Do we have a Nightmare in like Darksiders? You know, the one with the 4 horsemen?
Yeah, Nightmare is oh, not really Nightmare. I think the horse is like Nightmare, meant to be Nightmare.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, whee.
By the way, Grant, you've gone all the way back.
Oh, okay. Hang on.
Not yet.
Damn it. I wish I could use my horse often just to be like, trusty steed. Wait, trusty steed. And then there's Vel just decided to do 360 no scopes forward.
The movement.
Yeah, movement. Honestly, fuck this cave spot. This like spider cave. Like,
if you're into that.
No, not
Spider
like that.
cave. Spider cave.
Oh, looks like Grant was going the right way. How about that?
Huh.
My himbo, like, just luck some days. It's just like, sometimes it just does an instinctual good hit. Here we go. Oh, Hulk Defiance.
Here's a goblin. Break its legs.
It's a lot easier dealing with a goblin when you're in a team than by yourself, I find. We just keep pressing forward.
Time to test my skill.
Honestly, like, what is that? So you're a necromancer, right, Code?
Yeah.
That's probably one of the coolest skills. There's definitely more of a visual cool factor in playing through Diablo 3, but it does... But I do understand, like, Velk's, like, annoyance with, like, you know, the meta crafting isn't there like it was in Diablo 1 and Diablo 2.
Yeah.
Which, you know, it's fine. Like, for me, like, the fact that I'm playing through more of Diablo 3 than Diablo, like, 1 or 2 is, like, maybe I'm more into, like, the action in the RPG than the RPG. Especially for, like, you know, in the streaming stuff. But, like, I do miss a little bit of the...
Like chaff before the wind.
The option for meta crafting.
Yeah.
So... Because I think with this method of, like, having it so, like, oh, any ability is available, like, this is, like, early design philosophy of, like, power fantasies. You know, like, the 2000s with, like, God of War and Ratchet and Clank?
Yeah.
It feels like a little almost like that.
My mistress has accepted me. Come close and feel her loving embrace.
Ew. She impregnated him.
Not enough.
Gross.
Cat, type 1 if you're an Mpreg enjoyer. Oh, hang on.
I require more wrath.
Alright, hang on. Let me just check my inventory real quick. Nah, boots are... Ooh, weird flails. Oh, wait, no, this is wizard only. None of you are wizards. I have better shoulder... Like, I got legendary shoulders already with a higher armor and giving me a chance to do thingies. Does that interest anyone?
Hello.
Oh, click no and we'll get out of the queue.
Yep.
I'm sorry, I'm just having a look. I mean, I get a little bit more toughness and recovery, but I lose a little bit in damage.
Ah, okay.
Because mine's mainly based on intelligence rather than strength, so that might be better for somebody else.
Oh, okay. Well, here's a pair of gauntlets with intelligence.
Not too bad, those ones.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm just keeping so many things on hand because, like, for me, like, I want to be able to break these down so then that way I can do craftable gears and what have you. Lol. Vol is a bit 1. J Wolf is a 1 for the Mpreg, and Fizz puts down 3. I don't know what Fizz is for 3. Like, I didn't give an option 2. Oh, big stretch! Oh, big stretch for the big boy. Oh! Have I told you guys that I'm getting a new chair?
No.
So, I have been doing some research into chairs and what have you, because I've had this Secret Lab chair for like 7 years now. Hang on. Kobe. There we go. I've had this chair now for... Hi there, Super Boss. I've had this chair now for 7 years, and you know what? When I was like, you know, a spry 20-something-year-old that was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna get a gaming chair with my gaming keyboard for my gaming PC and feel like such a gamer TM when I throw racial slurs in the Call of Duty lobbies. I've moved on from that. Why is code still hyper? Oh, let me fix that. Sorry. So I need to fix. Maybe I will pay for an API at some point in the future. Anywhoosies, I've moved on from that. I'm now in my 30s. I have problems with my back. So rather than sticking to this racing bucket chair, which is really bad for ergonomics in terms of like sitting at a desk all day for work or gaming, I am getting myself an ergonomic chair. There was one small problem. So many recommendations for ergonomic chairs were based on the fact that I was living in the United States of America. So some of them were like, ah, yes, this Herman Miller is a premium, or you go for Steelcase, or you go for like some of these other brands that are like, you know, really expensive to try and ship down here. And I was like, okay, cool. What's a brand that I can use in Australia? Here are some of the names that they came up with. Fihu, with the Elite chair, with the YSO8 and the Alewood. The one I've gone for, however, is ErgoTunes Juby. They have a chair called Juby. That's the chair I've gone for. Anyway, I had my moment. Are we good?
Yep.
Sorry.
Yeah, I'm good.
Except.
I'm glad they basically forced us to accept instead of being all like, oh, well,
Help me.
you know, everyone just go in.
She sucks the innards from her victims. Oh, no. No, it's too late. I hear her. The Spider Queen is coming.
Spider Queen?
Spider Queen. Spider Queen.
Oh, that was quick. Oh, never mind. It wasn't quick. She's just got waves. But yeah, why are the shoulders that I have in-game recognizable for you, Super Boss? I'll be real with you, when you were talking about my shoulders, I thought you meant my actual, like, VTuber shoulders. Ooh, a diamond.
Dissolve these webs. Please hurry. I can't hang here like this a moment longer. I'll go mad.
Oh, she's going mad. Excellent.
Well, who is she? Doesn't let us do it. Oh, Pool of Venom. Oh, because we couldn't cut the spider web, so we use Venom.
This horrible place.
I shall need to head off to bed. It's like approaching 2 a.m. I need to sleep. All good, Vol. Thank you so much for sticking around for as long as you could. I greatly appreciate it.
Indeedles.
Who is this lady? She big boobied.
It was terrible.
Well, that's what you notice.
Like
well, it's top down. There's not a lot of features you can notice.
I seek a man taken by the Coven.
The Coven? I saw them dragging someone into Leoric's manor house. Perhaps it was the man you seek. You might have a small bit of trouble reaching there, though. I'm not proud of this, but I stole the staff of a powerful Khazra shaman. The Khazra went mad and chased me to the caves. You can find the staff in my cart in the Highlands. If you take it to the Khazra barricade, perhaps they will let you pass.
Great.
Alright. During the run, the shoulders you have happened as a lucky drop. I said I had a good feeling about the run. This run is still, to this day, the Diablo 3 speedrun world record. Holy shit, that is incredible. So wait, you are a speedrun holder for Diablo 3? Damn. Why is dumb himbo me somehow, like, you know, attracting like some of these crazy, like, I have Velk over here who is like the number 8 Reaper of all of Australia for Final Fantasy 14.
It wasn't Australia, that's global.
Oh, number 8 Reaper of the world. Sorry, my bad. That's even more impressive.
And that was just that one fight.
Still, number 8. Let's be real. It's the most recent ultimate. I think it's a fair assessment that if you in the most recent ultimate you're number 8, you're probably number 8 of the world. I remember these goat people from Diablo 2, kind of. Hey, look, a tree. Uh, 5 years ago, this game was sped run at Games Done Quick to help people follow along. I was explaining the general game to Chad, and the runners even thanked me. Nice. During that run, the shoulders you have happened as a lucky drop. Said I had a good feeling about the run. The run is still to this day the lucky. Oh, so you weren't the runner. You were the commentator. My bad. Still, pretty awesome that you're able to attend Games Done Quick and be there as a commentator. I have never been able to attend a Games Done Quick, and most of the times I've seen a Games Done Quick, it's always been after the streams. Oop. I was able to stun the bees before it charged.
In the eastern kingdom of Khejistan, I heard rumors of Zakarum warriors called Crusaders.
Just in chat.
While the natives were most reticent, I was able to. I
was gassing you up, Super Bass. I thought there was some amazing shit going on.
But these Crusaders went east on a very different mission.
Hey, check this out. Yoink, they're all alive now.
Pool of reflection. Oh,
Jesus. I'm so happy that they're transparent now.
Oh, hey, chest. Wow. Ooh. Oh, it's a socketed ring. That's kind of funny. 71 life after kill. Attack speed increased by 2%. 14 after kill. This is 71, so I'm going to put you in there. And this adds resistance to all life. Okay, so that's not really worth putting into a ring. I was given a shout out by the runners for trying to help chat keep pace with the items they were picking up and such. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. Damn. I really wish my horse could... Why are they bigger?
Time to test my skill.
When did they get big? That's bullshit.
Well, maybe there was a reason for it.
Not ready yet. I require more wrath.
There we go.
Oh, a sword apparently fell on the ground.
What? Where?
I grabbed it. It's a legendary.
Ooh. Cave?
Man.
Also, why is there a yellow thingy-majiggy up here? On the map, there's like a yellow marker.
Event marker, maybe?
Arya's lost
Oh no, the
wagon.
lady's cart, yeah.
Nice.
There's also a cave of the Moon Clan if we wanted to go through there and have a look through.
Yes, please. Let me head back towards you, because I know that cave you're talking about. Oh, hey, there's even more items on the ground. Hang on.
I kind of like Revive. That's a useful skill.
Nice. The new... So I've got Fanaticism, which increases... Holy Calls. The amount of damage dealt by your weapon is increased by 10%. Whenever you deal holy damage, you heal up to 1% of your total life. That will be good when I get to level 30 as a third thingy.
Yeah. Hang on, I just got some things here.
All good, all good. I'm just looking at... Ooh, Fist of the Heavens. Call forth a bolt of lightning from the heavens that explodes, dealing as lightning to any within 8 yards. The explosion creates 6 piercing bolts that arc outwards and deal...
I, Sir Dragon.
Hi, Sir Dragon. Wait. Sir Dragon was here for a while now. Why are they bigger? And more importantly, how do I get this power? More importantly, how do I get this power? Yes.
The power of drum, apparently.
What's the name of the guy that's like Phil Collins? Is that his name? The one that he's like does the where it had the gorilla in the Cadbury ad playing the drums.
Don't know. Also, I wish people would tell me when they run off. I was looking at skills.
Sorry, we went into the gate. We thought you were in here.
I was waiting. Grant ran ahead. Yes, I'm not just gonna throw you under the bus. I'm gonna hold you there.
Uncalled for. Oh, so the
Long I have labored to master the dark arts.
the lightning is on
Now I
myself,
finally
basically.
reap the rewards. For Magda has acknowledged me. She promised me a special task that will bring endless glory to the Great One. I can hardly rest until she reveals it on the morrow.
Nyom, nyom.
My wrath is low. The crusade marches on!
Nice.
Oh, I see a goblin.
What? Where?
Oh, I heard it.
Oh, there it is.
That thing's fast.
There we go. Nice work. Ooh, another diamond. And a helmet.
Out of room.
Oh, I've actually run out of room. Holy shit, that's happened for the first time. Lol, another helmet that looks like a crown. Oh, hey, some...
Why do you guys get the legendaries? Damn.
Do you want the legendary? Here's the legendary. Here's a helmet.
No, I don't. No, I don't want your bitty legendary.
What do you mean you don't want... You're worried it's just gonna be Leodric's crown again?
Probably. But
Yes.
no, it's a pity legendary. I'm not having it.
Yee. I have 4 diamonds now. That's kind of funny. I need to... Okay, here's what I'm going to do. I am going to use a
We're all going to laugh at you.
I'm going to use a teleporter real quick.
You.
So then that way I can, like, break down some of these items I've got. Scoundrel. Let's see. So this is level 18. This is level 23. So we're going to give you that. And then... Ooh.
What happened with Jonda? He was of your order, yet he betrayed you. So much for all those fine morals.
Damage against elites.
His soul was not strong enough to bear the cultist torture.
Few are.
Alright. Sorry, I just need to repair equipped, and now to start salvaging bullshit. Let's see.
Hey, I gotta wait for Army of the Dead to cool down before I can do anything with the new skills for it.
All good. That's a two-handed. This is overall weak.
Oh, okay.
Let's see. This gives me much higher recovery. 133 life per hit. Life do I have? Jesus. Okay, this one I can break down already. This all resources cost by 5%. Ah, now this one's a question. This one gives an empty slot. Increased strength and vitality, which is what we like. But I just got the Heart of Iron, which gives me like the thorn damage equal to 264% of my vitality, which is 425 right now. Which means I get like basically 1,000 thorn with my attack, which is, let's be frank, fucking ridiculous. I love that. By the way, I know it's still early in opinions, but do you vibe more with Diablo 2 or Diablo 3? I vibe more with Diablo 3 right now, just because of, like, maybe it's just because I'm playing it, like, you know, with friends and such like that, but even when I was playing solo, there was, like, a lot more of a, like, it was a lot more casual for me, and I think that's what I kind of like. If I was committed to the game, I would definitely see this as, like, oversimplified, though. I can definitely see some areas of that. I think I'll keep my legendary chess piece, because sure, like, my toughness, like, the armor isn't as high as this one here from Keen Guard.
Ow.
But I love the fact that I have, like, you know, a crazy amount of thorn damage because of my, So, because, yeah, just damage increased by strength is 275. Where does it tell me my thorn damage?
Hi, Midakai. How you doing?
So in details,
there we
in
go.
defense, it's the last one.
There we go. Damage dealt to attackers when hit by melee or ranged attacks. Damage dealt is increased by a portion of your primary attribute. 1,129. That's higher than just my general damage. Like, that's... I feel like that number must be getting nerfed somewhere, though. Because there's no way they're just getting hit by flat damage. It must, like, I feel like their armor, like, reduces that.
Thorns damage? No, it doesn't.
Look at it. Look how ridiculous it is. I'm hitting more when people hit me than if I hit them. Look at that. My damage is 224. My thorns is 1,129. That's bullshit. That's crazy. Kanai's cube powers? The fuck is Kanai's cube powers? Alright. Ding dong. Oh, this one I
Did you all go into the next area, did you?
No, I'm still debating some of my items.
Sorry, I just didn't see where Velp was for a second. I thought he disappeared.
He was in town.
Then let's see, reduces resources by 5%, 3 around 4.
We head back into level 1, so we're not going too far ahead.
You know what? Yeah, I will break that down.
Okay.
And then I have all these gems. And then, let's see, is this another broken crown? It's another broken crown. Ooh, but it gives me strength and vitality this time around. Whenever a gem drops. That's cool. And it gives me increased experience, so this is better. Alright, now... Diamond... So this is helmet, which gives me life, and weapon gives me life on hit, and the other gives me vitality. This gives me... Okay, so I'm better off doing amethyst nonsense. There we go. And then this, I'm gonna give... I have so much... Oh, there we go. Alright. Nice. I'm just looking at some stuff. 8. 6 is two-handed, two-handed. Alright. And then... There we go. Alright. Back into the cave moon. So I can pick up all this stuff. Alright, sorry. Sorry that took so long. I'm down to level 2 now.
Okay, let's do this thing.
Yeah, let's do it.
That creature must die.
Ooh, a sword. A legendary sword.
Hmm.
And it... Oh. New transmog. Oh, cool. Monster Hunter. Chat, Monster Hunter! We have Monster Hunter in our Blizzard game. This is actually kind of cool. 5% damage to beast, life on each hit, chance to deal area on effect, fire damage, increased strength. Ooh, I like this one. Absolutely. And then this does increase thorn damage. When 3 or more enemies are within 12 yards, you release a vile stench that deals weapon damages poison every 5 seconds to enemies within 5 yards. Yeah, the pox helps. My Crusader is, like, built now for, like, if he is surrounded by people, even better. It really is Monster Hunter, by the way. I know the... Have you not played Monster Hunter, Super Boss? It is absolute fun. I highly recommend it.
Hey! Legendary! Fucking finally!
Woo! What'd you get? Oh, I got myself an amethyst dropped when that happened. Let's see. So if this gets slotted into a weapon, critical hit damage increases by 20. This gets slotted into a weapon.
Hey, this might be useful to you.
Grant, you said you like thorns, yeah?
Ooh. I can't use this.
That wasn't for you, that was for me. Grant, this is for you.
Oh, I've got heart. Oh, I can't use it. It requires level 28, but I'll be there soon. I'll be there soon. I have a Heart of Iron already, so this is... Oh, this is even better, because my Heart of Iron is only 264% of vitality. This one is 300% of my vitality. And it's got 2 sockets. Oh, thank you so much, Velk. I'll be sure to give you my Hearts of Iron once I level out of it.
I have no need of it.
Calm your eyes.
I have 0 thorns.
Hi there, Blue. Yes, I have vitality. Also, look, I have Monster Hunter. Monster Hunter. Hang on. Cue the Monster Hunter music. Da 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 da. Monster Hunter. How's it going, Blue? You doing good? How was your Pokemon Stadium? You were trying to get through it in German.
Ah, das sprach in Deutsch.
Hey, look, another chest. Insightful.
Nothing stops the crusade.
Hey, I can now wear this fella. And now I can use... So this increases dexterity, this increases vitality. All right, put the purple in here for the vitality, because that will benefit me. And... yeah, let's... Actually, no. There'll probably be another gem that will increase my strength, which will be better. This is so good. Thank you so much, Velk. There we go. They're giving us a lot of resources to be able to make legendary gear as well.
They are.
Hey, look at...
Is ours on passage. Kaza Zakar!
Let me pick up the arcane dust, please. Ooh, a bloody chest. That was quick. 2 amethysts. Giving me even more.
These crossbows, the ones I put down, they're fun.
Nice.
Make your peace quickly. Patience. Haha, yes!
Already up to level 29. Insane.
Not ready yet.
Ooh. Emerald and amethyst. Oh nein, ich word standing vom Generator das Spielen dann ich... You Google translated that, Blue. There's no way you learned German by playing in Pokemon Stadium 2. Is there any Germans in my chat that can tell me what Blue said there? Because I'm not going to open up Google Translate to get that.
I can sort of translate.
I think I'm gonna need to head back. Ooh.
Donna slang. Cool. All right, we heading back?
I'm returning to.
I might need to head back quickly in a second. Oh, there's a portal up here which we can utilize.
Oh, okay. Hang on, let me head back to the Northlands then.
No, I am Dandy. I don't know what that is. Vom Zufal's generator, which is number generator.
Would never forgive me for falling in.
The No, there's a lot of words there that I don't fully know.
Ah, okay, okay.
I would butcher it. I can only barely speak enough German to get me by.
Look, fair enough.
And every time I have spoken to a German, the first thing they ask is, can we speak English? It's easier.
That's everyone in Europe. They're just like, can we just speak English?
Like, if your language is so fucked up that you'd rather speak English, I'm so sorry for your language.
Alright, and then I'm gonna get rid of these. Wait. Alright, the highest usable... Let's see, let me have a look at leggings and see if the pants... So I can get a pair of pants that do, like, almost double my armor. But the adapt... Scoundrel token. Shield, shoulders. And then a Templar's relic. Alright, let me just have a look at... so these are all the different gloves. These are the helmets. Pants. Level 40, level 35, level 30. I am, like, one level away, so... Let's craft a pair of pants. There we go. 2 slots. Increasing my thorn damage. Gives me vitality. Gives me life after kill. Honestly, not the worst. And then meanwhile, the next set gives me strength, increases my slashing, gives me life, and... Okay, yep, cool. I got my... Fairly equipped. There we go. Alright, so...
Alright, that's a good time to repair as well, shouldn't it?
Vitality, resistance. Ah, but this doesn't have any gems. Darn. Alright, ding.
Yo, I've yet to actually put a gem in Leoric's crown at this point.
Do you have gems? Because
I have some new items that
I have gems, but just I haven't bothered putting anything in.
Because the thing, because one of the things I've noticed is
that if you salvage the item, thank you for the hyper himbo, I greatly appreciate it. When you salvage,
I don't care what gender you are. Put on the maid outfit.
Yeah.
I hate you, I hate you, Blue. When you salvage, the item with the socketed gem in it, you get the gem back. It doesn't get destroyed from the salvage. So if I find, like, legendary gear that I like, that's better than my current legendary gear, it's like, yep, I salvage that immediately, so then that way I get, like... Because, like, it just turns into, crafting, Forgotten Soul. There we go. Use it.
Yeah, alright. Should we head back?
Yeah, hit me with a 6-7 joke. By the way, has Velk found both your Hearts of Iron? No. So the Hearts of Iron I found, my first one, I found on an alternative account. Because I have, like, I have a Demon Hunter.
Don't go that way, Code. I heard it.
Heard what?
The goblin.
Oh, okay.
I see it.
Alright. In which direction? Because I'll use my,
It's right here.
Oh my god.
Yeah, man. Okay. Okay. Go fuck yourself.
Why? What happened? What did he give you?
Another Leodric crown. Let's go. 70 alternative. You fool! I have 70 alternative accounts on Twitter.com. Oh, that's fantastic. Alright, I also got 2 new shields. Both of them are kind of shit. Ooh, the helmet gives me additional experience. Alright, I'm gonna put you in here. There we go. Ancient Crown of Rakis first, it was something or other. Alrighty. Ooh. Ow. Squeege. You will never find my main. Look, I'm fine with only knowing your furry account, Blue. Like, that's all anyone ever needs to know from me on the internet. There was someone, however, I've already talked to him about this because this honestly scared the Christ out of me. Someone sent me a Facebook request to my IRL account,
named Akan
and
began to sense the corruption that
I
was
only
eating away
know
the
of
heart
them
his faith.
from like
He
furry
knew this
circles,
corruption would eventually
and I
destroy
recognized
the
their face in the
that he
profile
must
icon
take action.
and not their name, and I was just like, hang on, I know that person from a different name, and the only reason I know that person is because I've met them at a furry con. So yeah, I confronted them in Discord of just like, how the fuck did you get my IRL account? And they were just like, Facebook just decided to give it to you as a recommendation, and I thought it would be funny, and I was just like, it ain't, like, cool, but I'm not accepting that friend request.
I require more wrath.
We have no mutuals according to Facebook, and I ain't gonna start now.
Let none touch me!
Ooh, another emerald. God, I love this broken crown giving me additional gems. If there's going to be a crafting mechanism where it gives me more than one, like if I can combine more than one gem into something, then this is going to be good. This is going to be a broken, like, little collector's thing. there is, isn't there?
No, I'm laughing at something else.
Oh, okay. Now I'm level 3.
I got something that you put your food on.
Toast. You got toast.
No, they got a plate.
Oh. Yeah, level 30 gives you like a lot of new like runes, it looks like.
They're summoning reinforcements.
Oh, hell yeah. Let's do this.
That's that.
Oh, it's over already?
One second, I'm just gonna quickly just check some things.
I need to have a look at my new passive slots. Your armor is increased by a percentage equal to your shield's block chance. I'll go with Holy Cause. Alright, and then Fallen Sword.
Yeah, so corpses, I've got Devour and Corpse. In close quarters.
Oh, hell yeah.
Ruthless.
Fury, thank you very much. Oh, Justice.
Blood Rush. Shed your mortal form and reappear in another location.
That sounds disgusting.
Very
Do
much
show.
does. The Demon
Increases
Hunter makes sense to
maximum
me, though.
essence.
Increased attack speed. Law of Valor. 100% chance to stun all enemies within 10 yards. Yep, stick to that. Meanwhile, for utility...
Is it?
Unleashing it after 3 seconds.
Nothing.
Says holy to all enemies within 15. Summon powerful avatars who charge 4 to the... Ooh! I'm gonna give that one a try. The bowman can only be summoned once every 15 seconds. Alright, we'll try the phalanx. And then...
What did it look like?
Oh, I'm gonna get... Okay. I feel like this game, like, I know I just said earlier, like, the meta crafting is oversimplified. I just noticed, like, a little... Because of my, like, you know, the coat of nails thingy that I have a defensive action called Consecration, and it has a rune called Bed of Nails, where the consecrated ground becomes covered in nails, so enemies that walk into the area take 100% of my thorn damage every second. Yeah.
You might like this. Grant, that might be something for you.
Additional shield. Sorry, I'm just like looking over. I'm gonna keep to this to the... Actually, you know what? I'm gonna go back to shield bash so I can do the shield. I like how my right click was a bit of a closer. Ooh. Historic for... Oh my god, where did all this shit come from?
Arkan gathered the most devout, driven, and martial Zakarum adherents. He taught them to channel the power of light in the same way that the newly founded paladins were being trained. But these recruits, these crusaders, were given insight into the primal powers of Zakarum in a way no paladin ever was.
There we go. And then this is a rare ring. I am going to have it replace this one because it has a slot in it. So then Amethyst, I'm going to put you in there, so then that way I get an extra 10 vitality. So, wait, it was the Historic Force, was it?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. I like that it does poison. It does a big increase to my vitality, but, like, my overall damage is down, and I kind of want to use another purple in there, so... That's cool, but my legendary sword is still doing, like, 66 damage a second. It's pretty decent. It's got...
Just, you know, I just saw it, and I was like, it was a mace, so it seemed like something for your character.
It does look cool. I will be real with you. So... and then there was this Raging Relic. Increase falling swords, and nah. Clever? Ooh, this one. I like the look of this thing. This looks cool. The Clever Tower Shield. And then... Oh, reduce cooldown. Actually, I'll stick to... Just grab that claymore, that way I can break it down into more items.
Artemis! It keeps taking my shirt.
Yep, I'm going to swap you out. There we go. Alright. Onwards to the
courtyard! Hey, Artemis! Why you gotta be taking my shirt like that? She's just stealing them all, isn't she?
Goblin!
Huh? Hang on.
Gubby!
Oh, you didn't need me for that. Ooh, a flawless emerald. Nice. Okay, so flawless emerald. Oh, I got all kinds of... And I got a flawless Oh. I think my gem, even though my gem is just a normal, like, amethyst, if something is dropped at the flawless, it will drop also flawless. Can I replace it? There are no empty slots. See the jeweler to modify gems and sockets. Oh, okay, so I need a jeweler. Okay. Wait up, guys. I'm big and heavy. Oh, hello. Dead. There we go. I will say, though, sometimes I miss with this game is eating myself full screen as a Crusader to bash people.
This will be a good battle.
I like being able to do that, yeah.
Akarat be praised.
Alright, so we made it to... What's on the sides here?
Yeah, just have a look to make sure we're not missing any chests or anything like that.
Nah, it doesn't look it. And because I hit level 31, there's even more, like, runes unlocked now. Oh, cultists. And a dead adventurer. Alright, inside we go. Here we go, here we go. I wonder if this is where all the crowns are coming from.
I don't know.
I can't carry anymore.
Oh, I'm out of, Go. I need to head back to town real quick to...
I need to go back.
I have way too much, items in my...
The Dark Berserkers are considered weaker demons, but their strength is still far greater than that of any human. I have found dark spells within the cathedral.
So I'm going to quickly head back to town as well.
Lazarus's own hand, explaining how to summon them. I pray that no other copies exist, so that this terrible knowledge will be lost forever.
I like the
bigger
speed,
ones.
Though. And then this is a magic shield that gives me vitality. Ooh, okay, so what I'll do is I'll put you in there. And then... I've got these flawless things. Hang on.
I got a ring that's actually got a socket in it. That's a first.
Yeah, I was able to pick up a socketed ring. That was kind of cool. Yeah, so the Grim Greaves are way more are better than those. Put on a weapon, it's 9 damage. 20 vitality. There we go. And then... Alright. Head to the salvager. And start salvaging... Portal is no longer interrupted. Reduce cooldown. Yeah, okay, I'll keep those shoulders. You. Yeah, alright, hang on, so... Belt is good. Soldiers will be a swap. I still don't know if I'm going to swap out my... I like the boots that I currently have that give me increased movement speed. Regenerate 63 life per second. It gives me vitality. It gives me strength. But the other boots give me way more strength and, like, double the vitality. And it gives me monster kills grant additional experience and increases the health and... gold pickup by 2 yards, so same as the other, not as much. Oh. Can you guys guess the first class I ever finished top 100 seasonal with? Was it the Crusader like me?
Mage.
Belk, what do you think?
I'm wondering if I can transmog this. What?
What do you reckon was Super Boss's... It was unfortunately not Crusader. Okay, so I was wrong. What was the first... class that Super Boss ever finished top 100 seasonal with?
Yeah, go monk.
You're gonna go monk? Alright. We locked in our answers.
Yes. I choose that.
I'd say the sorcerer, the mage.
Alrighty.
It was Demon Hunter. Okay, there you go.
Okay. I forgot Demon Hunter was at the start, wasn't it? It wasn't like a DLC, was it?
Yeah.
I don't know why. Demon Hunter just feels like a, you know, it was available, you know, when we started. Not, Demon Hunter feels like a DLC kind of thing. So the Artisan can transmogrify and enhance. Or enchant. Can replace an unwanted property on a rare with a new random property. You can replace the property as many times as you want, paying the enhancement each time. Ooh, okay. So if I grab
Seems unwise.
can only enchant legendaries. Ah, okay. Legendaries and rares. Transmogrify, dying, training.
Ooh, yeah.
I almost have her at like the highest level. Multiplayer game is not paused. Portrait frames, pendants, necromancer, expansions. Alright. We don't yet have a jeweler, do we?
You were right.
Not yet.
Hey, come over here. I've got. Sure, I may do business with some unsavory types, but I pass the savings on to you.
Well, technically, you don't yet. I do.
I have three top 100 finishes as Demon Hunter and 2 as Barbarian. Crusader was long in the game when seasons were introduced.
How did you let John Doe trap you?
Okay. Level 30. And if I trained you to level 7, you would let me. Cool. Awesome.
This is death may be upon us all soon, but I shall do.
Okay, I think I've done everything I need. Leordrix Manor.
Coming.
There is a new piece to the game. A girl named Leah. My spies tell me she is the child of the witch Adria, who is hiding in the deserts of Chaldeum. Bring this news to the Master at once.
Alright. We're up back, baby.
Woo.
We have just arrived in Tristram, and I must say, I'm a bit dismayed. This place is a backwater filled with serfs and an ancient
Has anyone been able to pick up that Discerning Reaper? I can't pick it up. Oh, no, there we go. Now I got it.
My Lazarus was so intent on this becoming our new seat of power.
Barbarian in this game is perhaps the best representation of a barbarian class you'll ever get in a video game. Ooh, bold statement, considering we still have Diablo 4 to get through. Oh man, I thought this, you know, would be a lot more...
He's unstoppable! No mortal could slaughter our brethren with...
He is here.
More cultists.
Delay him while I prepare his demise in the depths below.
So, oh, I thought we'd be able to fight her here, but okay. Oh.
They did horrible things to us. Did you see a man in rags?
Yes, the man with the golden eyes. I saw Magda take him into Leoric's old torture chambers below us.
Ooh, that's not good.
Friend. I will deal with Magda.
All right. Oh wow, we were so close to a portal at that point.
Yeah, the portals in this game are a little bit easier to get to.
Yep. Well, yeah, all of this feels way more action-orientated than Rogue Dungeon Crawler. That's the thing I'm noticing the most. Look at me, I'm a necromancer. Look at my phalanx coming in. Speed boost.
Bring him to me that I may rend the flesh from his bones.
Yeah, this guy's dead already. It is so different playing as like a group of friends in this Diablo game than going through it solo.
Oh, yeah.
My wrath is low.
Oh, we found the way already.
Oh, wow, that was quick.
I'm dealing with some enemies down here if you guys want to lend a hand.
Oh, yep. Hang on, let me... Velk will probably get to you before I do.
Yeah.
Dead. Should we head back up, or do we want to explore still?
Let's explore. Nyom. Nyom. This is very winding. Okay.
That creature must die.
I mean, this is the Halls of Agony.
Not yet.
Battle bow. You know what I find interesting, Velk? You've, like, in all of our games so far, like, even as you play Demon Hunter, which you haven't played before, you've been picking a ranged character, like, consistently.
Yeah.
Yeah, interesting.
That's how I used to play these games.
With a ranged...
In Diablo 1, I always played the rogue.
Yeah.
And my sister would also play the rogue. And in Diablo 2, I played the Amazon.
A fetid, pallid malaise has
how it
fallen
was.
over the manor we now call. Young Albrecht seems to be enjoying himself in our new home, however.
I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
You're free from my shirt stealing shenanigans for now. All good, Artemis.
I was not good at either of those games as a kid.
Was anyone ever good at those games as kids, though?
No.
Well, I did end up finishing Diablo 1 as a kid.
I require more wrath.
And I look back now and I think, how the fuck did I do that when I was 5?
Blind luck?
Sure.
That's my guess, is just like, sometimes like as a kid, like you just lucked into whatever build you needed to do or something like that. Or maybe you actually, you know, without realizing it, you knew what the mechanics were.
In Diablo 2, I didn't finish it.
Ah, okay.
There was also this very specific thing that I remember in the multiplayer of Diablo 1.
Mm-hmm.
There was a ring that I wore. Well, first off, I kept dying, like, immediately upon spawning. Like, I would spawn and then instantly die in town.
Yeah.
There was a ring that I was wearing that it was removing 1 HP every time that like, every second.
Ah, okay.
Like, I had to get I think it was my sister, to find out what the fuck was going on, because I couldn't play the game.
Mm-hmm.
So I wasn't a smart kid in that regard.
Fair enough, all good. There we go. There we go.
Is that a goblin I heard, or...?
Maybe.
I didn't hear it.
I'm not having a good ear for goblins.
I'm probably hearing things.
Hmm.
And people laugh until the rank 1 Amazon comes in and puts up a time none of them could touch. Oh, wow. Is Amazon like the fast... Wait, speaking of Amazon vote, threw down the gauntlet today in D2 Elite discussion threads. A maxed out bow Amazon can keep up with a maxed out lightning source. Is that true?
Don't know.
Oh, look, a great hammer.
What's so great about it?
It's great. It's a hammer. That's all you need to know.
Maybe I want to know more.
Closer than you would expect. Okay.
Ow. Flashing light.
Well, where's code?
Sorry, just wait. Just dealing with some monsters.
Okay.
All right, let me just have a quick look at some skills quickly while I got a second.
All good. All good. Better belt ready. That's good. Increasing smite damage. Vitality and maximum wrath. I do like that. Strength, vitality, reduces cooldown by 4%, increases Heaven's Fury. Okay. I'll need to have a look at what the fuck Heaven's Fury is, though. Ah, Heaven's Fury. I'm using it already. Nice. Empowers the... Increases your critical hit chance, grants you 100% chance to stun. Increases movement speed for you and your allies and allows everyone affected to run through enemies unimpeded. Ooh, okay. Phalanx. Condemn has Unleashed, which does it instantly. Provoke. Have their attack speed reduced by 50 and their movement speed slowed. I'm gonna keep to the Phalanx. Nation. So we got Iron Skin, which does Explosion. We got Judgment, which does Mass Verdict. Alright, and then... heals for each enemy hit. The holy crackles within zaps within 18 yards as they travel, dealing 40% as holy. Okay. Then carve. Anything. Judgment has crack. Then
I love some crack.
Alright, I'm giving Law of Hope a try. I just need to remember to actually use Law of Hope. So then that way we get, like, movement speed when I use it. So, like,
yeah.
So, bam! Look at that. That was kind of cool. Being able to, like, just move real fast like that then. Going in there. Ooh.
I am Asilla, once queen to our beloved Leoric. My servants and I were consumed by his madness.
And she lost her head.
Now I give you my blessing, champion, to release my people from their eternal torment.
Problem with gearing out maxed out boson is that if you check the totality doesn't exist D2 black market, many of the items you need are going for car payments. Classic Blizzard game, needing you to make down payments on equipment.
I think we can safely split up in this area.
Yeah.
I will enjoy this. I love it.
Oh. Yong. Wee. Wait, where's Velk?
He split up to look for some of the other remaining prisoners.
Ah, okay.
Oh, that I heard. On me. There is a goblin on me.
Oh, okay.
Going.
If you want, just teleport to town and touch my flag. That sounds like a euphemism, but it isn't, I promise.
I'm gonna just run across thanks to my Law of Valor. You did a lot of work.
Hmm.
You said goblin?
Yeah, you can hear it if you walk up a little bit.
Alright.
Oh, yeah, I hear the cackles. So...
Yeah,
yeah.
I hear it.
There we go. That was cool. God, I love my Crusader just being a thorny bitch. Because I just need to use the consecration grounds, and then it's just like, oh yeah, just have them walking around in there, and then they're dying.
Hmm.
Claymore. Nyom.
Had enough.
Like, literally just press 2, and then just by coinky dink, they're all dead.
The gods have seen fit. Praise
Excuse me, sorry.
Are now free, but the curse over this place remains. Seek the warden at the dungeon center.
1925, 102 strength, chance to inflict bleed for over 5 seconds, 130 life after each kill. Yeah.
I think we're at a dead end here, Grant, so...
Oh, damn. Okay. Whee! Speed! Wait, why is there a flag there?
Apparently, you can place yours with G. I never knew this.
Oh, cool.
So be it. Face me, and repent your crimes.
Oh, we dealt with the warden, didn't we?
I guess.
Like in the first game.
No?
That was the butcher.
Oh. Yep, okay.
And I don't think he can be in this one because we would have fought him before Leoric.
I'm overburdened.
Okay, I need to go to
I'm returning to town.
I have earned the achievement Moneybags.
Pick up 100,000 cash monies.
Mm-hmm. And then... Alright, Alright, get rid of you, get rid of you.
Actually, I need to head back to town too, because I got a lot of crap.
I've got a rare cloak for a demon hunter, 144. Plus 97 dexterity, increases the hatred regeneration by 0.73 per second, increases companion damage by 8%.
I don't use companion.
Alright.
Also, I like the look of my chest piece, so no.
Alright, fair enough, fair enough, fair enough.
I will be a little vain.
That's fine. Socketed leg wraps of mutilation. Let's have a look. 91 life after each kill. 2 empty sockets. Nah. There's nothing.
Yeah, you can always use transmog.
He is right. Chance to freeze on hit. Alright, I'll get rid of yous because you're easy removals. Same as you and you.
Yeah, but then I feel bad about using my money.
Phalanx Thrasher.
I only have 900 million. Like, I'm not moneybags over here like Grant.
Get 'em.
I have 27,000. That's not 900
And
million.
who has the achievement?
What is the achievement for moneybags, actually? Hang on. Pick up 100,000 gold. Oh. Kill 100 elites. Explore the following areas of the Highlands. Reach level 30. Raise the Mystic to level 5. Kill 100 monsters from 45 malms away. Alright, what are some cooperative achievements? Join a cooperative game. Kill 100. Kill 500. Join a public cooperative game. Join a 4-player cooperative game where everyone is a different class. Play cooperative games with the following hero classes. Barbarian, Monk, Wizard, Demon Hunter, Witch Doctor. Cool. Teleport to another player by clicking onto his or her banner or by right-clicking their portrait and choosing Teleport to Player. Heal other players by picking up Earthglow's cooperative. Yep, cool. Resurrect a player of each class. No idea how to resurrect them. No idea how to resurrect.
Because how do you die in this game?
Rarely. Level 30, 40, 60 with 2 characters, 60 with 2 different classes, 70 with 6 different classes. And then there's something called set dungeons, and then there's challenges. Kill one of the following unique enemies. Red Rock, Belly the Scarred, Feckless, Lorazark, Ebenezer Samuel. Oh, that's like Ebenezer Scrooge. Complete the Butcher Challenge achievement listed below. Kill the Butcher without being burned by floor fire or being grabbed by Ancient on Master Difficulty or higher. While he is stunned by his own charge attack on Master Difficulty. Kill the Butcher at max level without crowd controlling enemies on Torment or higher. Kill the Butcher at max level in under 1 minute. Kill the Butcher at max level without crowd control. Jesus Christ.
If you keep going, you will probably spoil the other bosses.
Ah, okay. My bad. This is what happens when I look at, like, achievements. This is... Sorry. Alright.
Yeah, 14 did that as well. For Papa Limo, before that patch even came out, there was an Orchestrion role about Papa Limo's sacrifice.
Ah, okay, okay.
Which,
Spoilers, Papa Limo makes a sacrifice. Sorry, Artemis. She's going through it right now. I've tried not telling her anything. I don't know how much of my streams she's seen of me talking about different characters, but I've now been, like, extra quiet about nonsense. Because, like, talking about Dawn Trail stuff is fine, because I feel like there's enough of a patch difference. Like, fun fact, she didn't think she was going to meet up with La Habrea until, like, Endwalker times. She thought that me meeting La Habrea during the, like, Asmodeus, like, you know, the Pandemonium, she thought that was the first time you saw La Habrea. She didn't realize that La Habrea was all the way back at A Realm Reborn being a little bitch. Like, just indoctrinating other people and nonsense. So, that was an interesting, little twist. So. Alright. I need to have a look at... This one does... lightning resistance, so... Alright, so this one doesn't... It reduces... Nah, it's not good. So, repair the equipped. Salvage that ring.
Oh my god.
No. This one is... I'm still iffy about this one, personally speaking. I like the chance of area of effects. But freeze on
Yeah,
hit.
you having fun there running around with those wings on?
Yeah, a little bit. And the flag, too.
I'm sorry, but no.
Alright, thing. I'll keep you on, I'll keep you there just in case. Alright. Do one of you want to go through the portal and then I'll click on your banner?
Sure.
Alright, so there's code, Belk. There we go. Yay, I got an achievement for following you around. Ooh, a giant axe.
My lord, the prisoner is ready, as
You remember Lazarus?
Oh.
Thank you, Lazarus. Your loyalty is
Hey, Leoric.
invaluable in the midst of all these traitors.
Man, this guy is,
And
you know,
my dear,
made him drink the Kool-Aid.
wife and queen, conspiring against our kingdom.
My love, I swear, I have never betrayed you.
In.
Saying Kobe while this happens is a bit...
lies until the very end.
Page from Lazarus's grimoire.
The time of my lord's true awakening is at hand. That fool Leoric was only able to resist him because he did not yet possess his full power. With the queen dispatched as a traitor, I may now devote myself fully to preparing the boy for the presence of my master.
Oh, so this is the events of Diablo 1.
Yes.
Yes.
Well, the pre-events of Diablo 1.
Yeah, leading up to, because, like, he's, now that Leoric is, he's, like, you know, fully corrupted and shit, he's now able to get his son to, like, be, you know, pulled into the plot of Diablo and all that. Oh, Jesus Christ. Was that another goblin? And we didn't realize? Yep. Jesus. Another flawless amethyst, thank you very much.
Impaling bolt.
Oh yeah, I got a new skill in the Law of Hope. Oh, I can't use it just yet because it's on cooldown. I need to check that later. Knowing our luck, we'll get to like a boss battle shortly and get another level up.
No one wanted those sacrificial heads.
Zoom, zoom, zoom.
That creature must die. My wrath is low.
I love how we're deep underground and I just have a holy bolt just crashing. I can just visualize it, just a holy light just crashing through the top of the building just to get down here.
That increases my rolling speed too, that Laws of Hope thing.
Yeah, like because of the move, I just love it for the movement increase. Just being able to like, just be like, yay, zoom, catch up. I love it. But, so, nyom. Mighty coat. Increase grenade damage by 11%. Is that something you use as your demon hunter?
Nope. I don't like the feel of the grenade.
All good, all good. Oh, this is good. And then... bucket. This is Marauder Mail, increases Heaven's Fury, which I am using, but I like the fact that I'm able to just... Alright, so others give you 20 cents, this gives you 20 vitality. More vitality, please, because that is... I have figured out one strategy with my Crusader, and that is thorn damage. Oh yeah, I wanted to check my skills. What was the... So, Law of Hope, Eternal Hope. Empowering the law also increases the maximum life. Nah, I like my Wings of Angel. That's fine to keep. Increasing the bonus wrath. Blessed Ground. Keep you there. Bed of Nails, you're fine. Phalanx. The summoned avatars charge the target and perform a shield bash, dealing an additional 180% weapon damage to the enemy's location. I like my bowman. I like to keep my bowman. Ooh, Blessed Hammer. What are you doing, Blessed Hammer? Increases the damage of Blessed Hammers to 640. Weapon damage is holy and increases its area of effect by 20 yards. I'm gonna keep my shield bash. Slash gains 20% increased hit. Carvelar in front of the increasing number of enemies hit. Nah, I'm gonna keep to... Oh, new passives. The cooldown of Steed is reduced by 25% and Bombard by 35. Damage dealt by Phalanx is increased by 20. Yep. Let's go with that one. Alright. Into the Chamber of Suffering we go! Oh. Oh, hey! This is where we get to face off against the Butcher! Again! For the second time... Or is this the third time?
Second.
For the second time, we get to face off against the Butcher.
We're just waiting for code.
Oh, sorry, I thought I hit accept. Sorry.
All good, all good. There will definitely be blood.
Leah must be back in Tristram, crying over the old man's corpse. She'll soon have another one to cry over. Yours. Meet the Butcher.
Can't wait for us to get done in less than a minute with this guy.
Is that a challenge?
Let's see.
Fresh meat.
Alright. And... here we go. We did it!
That is... fucking mortifying. From his original difficulty. What the fuck?
Okay. In Diablo 1, this guy was an asshole. Like, we quite literally ran a multiplayer session, couldn't defeat him at first, and so Velk... What was your advice, Velk? We just skip him?
Skip him for a bit, at least, yeah.
Yeah, skip him for a bit, at least, and then go back and deal with him when we're, like, a level or two higher. Without, like, you know, pre-planning, we just sat... I was just like, get ready for us to beat him in a minute, and you're like, is that a challenge? And we did. Fucking incredible. Less than a minute. Amazing. And I got an achievement for that. Hang on a second. So, read the Beastry, kill the Butcher in a cooperative game, kill the Butcher. Aw, we didn't get a thingy-majiggy for doing it in under a minute. I guess we have to be a higher difficulty for that to be worth it. Like, look at that!
No, I don't think so.
Look at that! We can also... Oh, we can't raise the difficulty any higher after getting it to Expert. Damn.
Oh, I can't revive him and use him as a minion.
I wonder why! That'd be a little busted.
Fucking eviscerated.
I mean, it would only last a few minutes, but still.
Top 10 things said about me.
Like, it was just so fun. Like, just going through it. My first ever Conqueror, I ended the season on a boss rush, and I had to defeat every single boss in the game's max difficulty in 20 minutes. It actually came down to the Butcher as the finals, and I had to beat him in less than a minute. Hopefully you had a good time. But yeah, like, that moment there, I think it has settled in my mind that, like, yes, this game is so much easier. Like, I think that is probably a fault for Diablo fans.
Take up your sword.
Imagine if this was on normal.
Oh yeah, no, we would have. We wouldn't have the gear that we have, but
we would.
I remember now.
Oh, look,
I was an archangel of the high heavens. I was the embodiment.
We had you for 2 Diablo games. You sucked at the end of Diablo 1 because we had to help you in Diablo 2. But then you did some awesome bullshit. Oh, look at that.
He wasn't in Diablo 1.
You have
I swear he was, wasn't he?
And
No.
now,
Oh.
remember the warning I came to deliver. Belial and Asmodan, the last lords of hell, are unleashing a tide of darkness that will drown this world. Already, Belial's shadow has fallen upon Chaldeum.
The priests of Rathma feared this would come to pass.
We must move quickly. Let us return to Tristram and make ready.
Is it weird that I preferred when he was like, you know, dark hooded with the wings?
A little bit.
All right. So, get rid of you. Get rid of you. Get rid of you. Fuck you. Yeah, we'll get rid of the legendary sword. That's two-handed, so that's a no. I still like my Heart of Iron. Ooh. Bracers are almost choice. Ah, no. That's a no for you. Forgotten Boon. Honestly, this will be good pants, so I'll keep those. Get rid of you. You didn't use grenade damage, so we're getting rid of you. Alright, and then... Dunk. Alright, let's have a look at this flail. The actual Diablo 3 Butcher fight is pretty good. What do you mean, the actual fight? We just went through it, Super Boss! It just took us less than a minute. God damn, this thing is a strong flail. Removes the resource cost of Blessed Shield and increases its damage by 293. Oh. That's cool.
I mean, I have a flail if you want it. A legendary one.
No, I got a legendary flail. It's, Gerfalcon's Foot.
Oh, that's what I've got.
Ah. So if I put this on the weapon, it increases its damage by 15. If I put this on the weapon, it's 160 life per hit. Anywhere else, it's vitality. All right. Life per hit. Life per hit. And the helmet.
Yeah, the fight itself was very good back when it came out. Now, you all saw.
It took no time whatsoever. It was just bam. Like, dang crap. Like, I'll be real with you. I do love the power trip I had there, but I can definitely understand, like, after going through Diablo 1 and Diablo 2, where there is so much, like, you know, just, you know, little crafty nonsense, and it's just like, boom, like, no troubles. There we go.
I have some new items that I'm certain you'll love.
Alright, and now we gotta talk to...
Tyrell. Time grows short, my friends.
Tyrell?
Even now, Belial's influence is spreading through Chaldeum.
But how will we find him?
We won't have to. Magda and her coven will lead us straight to him.
Oh.
I'm not going anywhere until Uncle Deckard's been laid to rest.
Oh my god.
The crusade goes on, but we must honor our dead.
I have called for a caravan to guide us to the east. Speak to the caravan master when you are ready to go. We will see to Cain as we depart.
Cool, cool.
My friend, shall we depart to Chaldeum?
Oh, cool. So this is the next act.
Are we ready?
Well, I hit the countdown already, so...
Alright, well, I'm ready. Just waiting on Velk, I guess.
There we go. Oh shit! I accidentally clicked. Fuck! I need to watch Code's stream for the cutscene now. I accidentally I clicked on like my Discord to check a message, and I missed the thingy. God damn it! Oh my god, it's a full-size cutscene as well. Are you kidding me? Do you mind if I leave the game and I play this cutscene again?
I mean, it's up to you.
Yeah, because, like, hang on. And then, where is my option to... Game menu, cinematic. We've already done the journey to Tristram Kane. Here we go. Imperial Sacrifice. Yeah, because I accidentally alt-tabbed was the problem.
It was all just stories.
You might still need that book there, Leah.
What he wanted to see.
Deckard sacrificed much to protect this world. But his work is not over.
What would you know about sacrifice?
Imperial, the ancient law of the high heaven strictly forbids us from interfering with the mortal world. Yet you have done so, brazenly.
All I am guilty of, Imperius, is bringing justice, while you hide, cowering behind your throne.
Silence! You will now answer for your transgressions.
You cannot judge me. I am justice itself. We were meant for more than this. To protect the innocent. But if our precious laws bind you all to inaction, then I will no longer stand as your brother.
You chose to be one of us.
Tegan wakes up on the fire being all like, wait, I'm not dead. Ah! Would be just a little bit.
Thus, I fell willingly.
I'm just catching up on the cutscene right now.
Because humanity is the only hope for this world.
I still think he's cooler with the hood up, with like the shrouded in darkness. God damn, he's old.
All your crazy tales. The work. You never finished.
I do request for the end boss fight of this act that we bump this up to at least a few torment levels.
You think? Let's wait for Grant to come back in. We'll see what he says.
Yeah. Good.
Increasing the level difficulty. I think it makes sense considering like even at expert how like quickly we're going through this and what have you. Like, all right, I've watched the
Grant's
cutscene.
gonna come back into the game, so I mean we can always just exit the game, and come back in at a higher difficulty.
Oh, do you want me to exit the game and up the difficulty?
Oh, I just meant for the boss if you guys want, because I think that Grant would really enjoy this boss.
Yeah, no.
If we actually got to see mechanics.
Yeah, no. Let me leave the game. Let me. So yeah, hang on. So
let me leave game as well.
All right. Not available while party is in a game.
Yep, I just left.
Game settings. All right. So 100% XP, 100. All right. So do we want to go? Do we want to try Master? Imperial gems can drop from level 61 and higher monsters. Well, we're not there yet, so.
Well, you can try Torment. I'm pretty sure you guys will not struggle with Torment.
70 additional rate per. All right, let's try Torment 1. Act 2, Shadows in the Desert. Private. Save and close. Alrighty. Torment 1, people!
An ally joins the crusade, but our foes grow in strength.
I love how it tells me about the town portal. It's like, I already know about this. And then there's our thingy. There's the Scoundrel again. The Brawler. The Mystician.
Hey, mister. I got some new things. You should take a look. I heard you came.
This is a threatening child. The fuck you mean you have things for me?
Luck, hasn't it?
Absolute. What the fuck? Essence of Topaz used by the Kanai Cube to transmute gems. What?
Gem?
Oh my god. Well,
gems are truly outrageous.
And then Book of Cain is over there. And then there's our artisan.
Oh, I need one of those.
Hello.
How's she able to repair stuff? She's a child.
Jewel of the East. Uncle Deckard loved
She got sticky
You
fingers.
wouldn't now that it is under the spell of Belial, Lord of Lies. I can smell his stench on the air.
You two try to find out where Belial is, while I hunt down Magda. Your uncle will be avenged, Leah.
Alright.
What was the small child's name?
I have never been outside the city my entire life.
Squirt the Peddler. Oh, that's her name.
Outside the
Squirt.
When they threw us out here, I thought I would die. I was terrified. But now, look at this view.
Oh, hang on, wait for Grant.
Oh, yeah, I thought Grant had gone in there, but he hadn't. Okay,
No,
my bad.
I was talking to the what's-mahoozy lady. I'm sorry. I thought we were on Torment 1. I thought we were gonna... Oh. Hello.
You remember her.
God, where do these refugees come from?
I am not a god. I am a
Oh yeah, from
commander of the Iron
the second game, wasn't she? No, third.
Yes.
Magda's coven.
Second?
Even now reeks
Third
havoc
act.
throughout the borderlands.
I am hunting Magda. Do you know where she's going?
Did you notice the
Heading
small
toward
child's
Alcarnus.
name?
It
Nope.
has blocked the road behind her.
Squirt the
However,
Peddler.
There is another way. Through the Kasim outpost.
Alright.
Have you heard? Emperor Hakan threw his entire court out of the city. They're trapped out here with the rest of us.
Tyrael and I learned that while the Iron Wolves were fighting Magda in the desert, the Emperor replaced them with Imperial guards who bar all from the inner city.
I suspect that the Iron Wolves were sent out to die. Belial has made his move. We must find a way into the city.
As a child, I explored Chaldean while Uncle Deckard studied here. I can get in through the sewers.
Just see that you get out again in one piece.
Be careful. Alcarnus sounds like Magda's trap.
Why don't you come see Tilnan's new goods?
Nyom. Searing Sands Inn. Ooh, what's in the Searing Sands?
The last emperor wouldn't have treated us like this. His death was convenient for them.
All this pain.
If only the Emperor.
I believe you used to have to buy potions.
All these people being locked out of the city has really helped my trade.
Alright.
But I don't remember much about it.
Dug up some new. This gate leads to Alcarnus. You'll need to.
I just remember the
Now you've
potion
just got
I
the now you've just got the standard health potion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And drag it here to sell it.
And even then, we barely touch it.
There's like different regen options and what have you. But we'll see how we go on Torment. Squirt is a reference to Wirt from Diablo 1. Oh. Had no idea.
I mean to stop them.
Then you must not go alone. I shall accompany you.
Oh, cool. The Enchantress is now with us.
There are illusions out there. Mirages to some. But I can see them for what they are. The Coven's foul magic. They will lead you to your death.
I understand, but my death does not lie here.
Why am I getting all these tutorials again?
The Lakuni, or Panther Men as they are sometimes called, have inhabited the desert wastes east of Caldeum for thousands of years. The large males are the tribe's leaders and protectors, while the agile females are expert hunters. Mostly they are primitive and reclusive creatures, although they will attack if cornered or hungry.
Not enough wrath.
All these boulders falling mean nothing to us.
Are they?
You should never have come. Demons will feast on your bones.
My wrath is low. How did you know about the ambush?
I am an enchantress. The ways of magic and illusion are familiar to me. My name is Irena.
And I am a crusader. Nice to meet you, Irena. Why are you out here?
Well, I am also looking for someone. But here, let me clear the way for you.
Captain, from behind!
Protect the people! Iron Wolves!
If not for you, the Lakuni would have eaten well this day.
Will I need to slaughter more Lakuni on my way to Alcarnus?
Ha! Those beasts are nothing compared to the cultists. They are casting spells in 2 of their desert lairs to obscure the Black Canyon Bridge.
Let us head north to the Howling Plateau. The cultist magic seems to be emanating from there.
Bone Warrior's got nothing on us. So, because we're on a higher difficulty, does that mean we're gonna have a lower chance of finding rare weapons, or?
No, it's gonna be the same as always.
Okay. I thought with the change in difficulty, there might be a change in loot drops.
No.
No, actually, in a lot of higher difficulties, you get a lot more loot drops.
I know with some of the modern games that is the case, so there's sometimes like an advantage to going with the higher difficulties with the skill level. But I wasn't too sure, because it didn't look like that from the description for, it didn't look like that for the description of Diablo 3's different difficulty types.
There is another illusion.
It's just experience and
Try to
XP.
hide their footsteps. Their
Where are we
spells
going?
weak and easily countered.
He's talking about an
Follow
illusion.
these prints, we can find their lairs and halt the rituals. I will seek out any other traces of their magic.
Cavern. Into the cavern?
I think we're gonna go either into the cabin or there's no, over here.
Okay.
There's a lot of open places that just lead to dead ends here.
Yeah, it's just, you know, fun to do, like...
Yeah.
I require more wrath.
Ah, this is one of the first places we need to...
is disrupted.
Not ready yet.
Hello, Wild Saber. Welcome, welcome. You
Hey,
live.
Wild Saber, how you doing?
Lost all hope.
Oh, Kane's lost satchel.
It is with some reluctance that I write on the 7 lords of hell, for they are the greatest of the demons, and even whispering their names seems to poison the air around me. They are divided into the lesser evils.
You can go into the cave over here if you want to go into here.
Juriel and Andariel, and the prime evils, Mephisto, Baal, and Diablo.
Ever since we finished with the Infinity War saga in Marvel Cinematic Universe, there was like this thing of people like trying to figure out who the next greatest big bad was gonna be or something like that. And because of WandaVision, everyone thought that the big reveal was gonna be Mephisto. Like, everyone thought, like, we were gonna get, like, the demon, even from, like, you know, brand new, from, like, One More Day or something like that, from, like, the Spider-Man comics and such, and that was gonna be our, like, big evil at the end of WandaVision. So I'm just remembering, like, so much of, like, social media going through WandaVision once a week going, Mephisto confirmed! And I just can't take it seriously now. Anytime I see the name Mephisto. Yeah. Just, I can never take the name seriously now just because of fucking Marvel Cinematic Universe just being like, Mephisto. Globe? Meow. Whee! It's fun, isn't it?
You have way too much fun with that.
Why am I getting all these, like, tool tips? I just raised the difficulty to Torment, okay? Hey, look, a chest.
Cower before Zakarum.
Is it a problem if, like, with my alternative character, like, on Expert or Hard, like, if he collects things and such, can it get put into my stash with the character that's running on Torment? Or would they not let me use gear? Oh, okay. Alright.
My wrath is low.
Wee.
Ah!
You okay?
The worms can apparently eat you.
Ah, okay.
Not a fan.
Oh wait, no, this way. Whee! I keep forgetting I have other abilities, and I could be using them.
I require more wrath.
I love how the minute I activate the law of hope, Velk is just like, all right, this is time for me to do my flips and things.
Yeah, absolutely. I gotta get that value in.
Oh, Outcast helmet. Hang on. All right. 3, 2, 1. Oh, did Velk get the bonus from that?
No.
Ah, okay.
Not enough wrath.
It says level 1, but we've just.
Oh wait, no. There. I see the missing piece. Hang on.
Maybe that's it.
No. I see a part we didn't explore. Just give me a sec.
Akarat be praised.
And then get ready to hang a left.
Oh,
Here.
yeah, there it is.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, there it is.
All right. What did Wild Saber write? He did a whole ass block of text for me. He's starting a new hobby of model building. Okay. He's got a large model of the Going Merry from One Piece today, and a Zoid Commander Wolf. A lot of kit building. Okay.
Nice.
I've only ever seen Zoid's New Century, and like even then, like an episode or two at best. I know what Zoid's is,
at some point.
but never properly full.
My wrath is low.
Oh, he teleports. That's shit. flawless. Wondrous Sun. Ooh, more flawless. Because someone opened a chest and it had all these jewels in it, and so I have 6 flawless amethysts now. That's ridiculous. So funny.
Haunt is cast whenever you open a chest.
Take that too.
The hell does that mean?
Did you see it?
Yeah, I read it. Finish reading. Oh my gosh. Got a ton and after my trip to the Aerospace Museum and going to eat at the Salt City Brewery. Cool. Wait, hang on. Convocation, Falling Sword. Your land...
I just need to go to the toilet quickly, I think. I'm just gonna be right back.
All good. I think I'm gonna make this let's make this a bathroom break, because I already have an advertisement going off on my stream for like the next minute. I'm gonna get myself a drink. So...
Yep. Pee break time, everyone. We'll be right back. It's gonna go back to town, so I'm not in danger too.
No, we're fine here. I think we're fine.
Neat.
Alrighty, I am back, chat. Code back yet? Or is he still pissing? Reduce the cooldown by 1 second for each hit by the explosion. Huh, nice. Then... chain breaks off and strikes those 3 with 150 is only. Alright, we'll give that one a try. And then Judgment. Area. And then... the SR-71 Blackbird and the Apollo 13 landing pods. Sadly, they had movie and the Cosmodrome I wanted to watch but didn't make it in time. It was a T-Rex documentary by Sam Neill, as was the last thing he did before he died. Aww. Well, that's cool that he was able to do a documentary about the T-Rex before he passed. Shame that he had to pass away, though. Where'd everyone go?
I'm in town.
Okay.
It seems that the Fallen are indeed creatures of demonic origin. The old heraldic tale claims they were once powerful servants of the mythical Asmodan. They purportedly aided him in his battle against the prime evils, and Diablo later punished them by twisting them into the small, stupid forms they now possess.
Oh wow, I rolled this quiver. Nice. Code has fallen in.
Maybe, yeah, maybe he fell into the toilet.
Patience. The crusade marches on.
Okay.
Chest over there.
So.
Oh.
Do you need to like somehow like hit the rock? No,
What a puzzle.
Oh, never mind. What a puzzle, chat.
Pull the lever, Kronk.
There we go.
I'm not even dignifying that with a wrong lever. Oh, it's just...
It was the right lever anyway.
Yeah.
Sorry for the wait, everyone. I have...
All good.
Okay, apparently I'm getting up a dumb tish.
No, it was for me, because while we were waiting for you, we found a treasure chest, and we thought there was going to be a cool puzzle, but then we just found that there was just a lever.
Pull the lever, Kronk?
Yeah, and then and he's like, I'm not even going to dignify that with a wrong lever, and I said, no, because it was the right one. And that was the badon tish.
Not enough wrath. This will be a good battle. Not yet. Burn in the light. Patience.
Oops,
So this should be a big boost of experience.
Akarat be praised.
Yep. Shield bash, crumble.
Did we find the other lot of dudes, or...?
Nah, not yet. Wild Saber saw an SR-71 Blackbird, but that's about it in terms of, like, exciting nonsense. Oh my god, I deflected a fireball! That was cool! I didn't know that game would let me do that.
Oh, that's what Haunt... Oh my god, that's what Haunt is? Jesus! Next time we find a chest, don't open it.
Okay.
Actually, you know what? Grant, you can just wield this for a second.
Wait, wield what?
I'll grab it.
Oh, okay.
Wield this and open up a chest in combat.
Demon Hunter only. Haunt
Oh,
is
really?
cast on all nearby enemies when you cast... What does Haunt do?
So it launches spirits at nearby enemies. I know it's Demon Hunter only, my bad.
It has an ability that's Demon Hunter, but it's not stopping me from using it.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Give it a try then.
Yeah. Oh, like here. Like, there's a chest right here.
Sure.
Wow.
Well, in combat, if you find a chest...
Cower before Zakarum. Not ready yet.
Yeah, like over here. The hidden cache.
Oh, okay. It just shoots out some random things.
Yeah, which haunts nearby enemies.
That's cool. I will be real with you. the belt you found is better than my current belt, but like, you know.
Look, more hidden footprints.
The secondary ability isn't really doing that much for me. Like.
Well, I'm happy to take it back because it was pretty good for me.
Yep. All right. Let me put my belt back on and give it back to you.
I also don't know how I'm keeping my pants up. Thank you.
Let me just check some skills quickly before we go running off, please.
Yeah, we can. Sorry, I'm just gonna. So, because I'm approaching max capacity, and I'm just looking at some different gear I can wear. Oh, this one gives me increased experience. Yes, please. And then I can put you into here. Increase Heaven's Fury, cold resistance. Increase hated regeneration by 0.8 per second. You're good for torsos, aren't you?
Hang on. I'm good.
All right, I'm just double checking. Yep. Armed to the teeth. Why did I get armed to the... Equipped all inventory with items that have a minimum required level of 25 or higher. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Oh, we haven't gone up north. So we need to be going this way.
Where did Velk go?
I'll be back.
Look, more hidden footprints.
Where? Yeah, where is Velk?
He'll be back.
Okay. This way. Oh yeah, he's back. Welcome back. Ah, in here.
This is one of the cultists.
Not yet.
The ritual is disrupted!
Yes!
There we go.
There. That ought to dispel the Coven's magic. Let us go to the bridge.
Okay. Oh, hey, lots of gold over here. Nyom.
Tell me, what shall you do when Magda is dead?
Her master Belial wants to invade Sanctuary. His brother Azmodan as well. I will kill them both, destroy their forces, and keep Sanctuary safe.
Very matter-of-factly, this
You
Crusader.
must be the one I was meant to find here.
Nyom.
I think it is time for you to know my true tale. I am not from Chaldeum. I learned these spells 1,500 years ago. My sisters and I pledged our service to a man of great power. We called him the Prophet. He trained us and placed us in a magical slumber to awaken in this era. I am to prevent the Lords of Hell from invading.
You failed.
I think you're dangerous. I like
You're like a few decades behind, considering there was the 3 major Lords of, like, Hell. Like...
Sure, but
What do you
for
mean?
1,500 years ago, that's not bad accuracy.
Except she missed the critical date for the major ones.
Yeah, you try predicting something 1.5 millennia into the future.
With magic? Absolutely. Give me magic. Watch me predict the right lottery numbers 100 years from now for the right lottery. Actually,
Yeah,
not
but
even
here's the
100
thing.
years. 10 years.
Grant, may I? Here's the problem with that, is the fact that while most people are able to predict the future, they're not predicting a future, they're predicting possible futures.
They're predicting possible futures. It could be one of many permutations. Thank you, quantum mechanics.
You're welcome.
I just want my magic, okay? Is that too hard to ask?
Yes.
Yes.
Give me magic. Hey, look, a dying necromancer. He's one of your guys. You talk to him, Code. Never mind. Did he say anything to you?
Yeah, he is.
He's not saying anything out loud, so I don't hear what he's saying.
New event.
Destroy the spirits left in the... Oh, okay.
Gesrim is free! I can feel his presence!
Oh my gosh, he can feel his presence.
I wonder what gifts they were.
Oh my gosh,
Nice.
Black Hulk? What happened to the Red Hulk? What kind of magic you have, boyo? Oh, what kind of magic am I gonna have? Okay, alright. Okay, real answer. Either through magic or the supernatural or science, I would like instant teleportation, dependent on either line of sight or, you know, previous visitation of that location. That's the kind of magic I want, is like being able to open up like maybe rifts or like, you know, just teleporting, like, you know, kind of like being able to sort of like bleed or bridge like 2 points in space. That's the kind of magic I would love to have. Because like, number one, you don't have to worry about flights for by yourself. You get to deal with whatever traffic. Say, for example, you're taking a train, and you can see on the line the train there with the doors open and all that kind of nonsense, and they're ready to leave. You just like zip, and then like next thing you know, you're right in front of the doors, and you're like, yes, I can hop on, and then you got onto the train at the last minute. Give me the ability to fly. Oh, okay, Corvid enthusiast. Cat, Jack the Crow, a bird persona, wants the power to fly. Toad, what magic power would you want to have?
All of it.
Well, that's just greedy. Like,
Exactly. If I was gonna have magic, why would I not have all of it?
Your head would explode from all that, you know, knowledge and magic and shit. I don't know. Unlike you, I want to see the sights too. I can have that too. I can go to other places. Like, you're gonna fly, sure, which will be pretty awesome, going up in the air drone-like and such. But like with instant teleportation, if I've been there, or like, you know, it doesn't shortcut the journey unless I've already done the journey. So it would, like, I think that's why mine is like less of a monkey's paw kind of magic.
I'd like the ability to remove everyone else's magic.
Belt just doesn't want anyone else having fun.
Come on, you've known me for how long now?
More wrath.
That's on you at this point, if you didn't think I wouldn't.
Just get rid of other people's magic. You just don't want anyone else having fun.
Correct.
Akarat favors me.
All I want to do is see you turn into a giant woman.
A giant woman.
Belial, Lord of Lies, is the most elusive of the
I want to do the journey, not just be there now. Okay, but again, it's either a line of sight for me, or I've been there before. So new journeys would still be a journey.
The dark exile of the primevals to our mortal realm.
Oh, did we miss the... No, we didn't. Okay. Etched pants.
Who's the plug?
Zoom.
Greetings. I'm headed to Alcanus, but this gate seems to be blocking my way.
You must be mad. But if you're intent on rushing headlong to your death, talk to Captain David down in the command post. He's got
the only traffic I'll contend with are planes and drones. What if we get tired? Like, I feel like magic will have like an exhaustion to us.
Or he's setting you up to fail.
No! He would never betray me!
What the shit?
Strike him down!
You never learn.
Oh, that was quick.
Not a moment too soon.
They plan to sacrifice us to Belial. Iron Wolves, take back the town!
Woo! There.
Not ready yet.
You know, even on Torment 1, we're doing
Has Magda reached
fairly
our
alright.
Yes, we've heard rumors of a horrible slaughter there.
Then time is short. Please, open this gate.
Oh yeah. Ooh, Reckless Bastion. I do like the maximum
Bastion? Early access already?
Early access to Bastion already, to the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV, complete with an extended free trial, allowing you to go through the entirety of A Realm Reborn, and the award-winning Heavensward, and the tantalizing Stormblood, and the player favorited Shadowbringers expansion up to level 80, with no restrictions on playtime.
You did this to yourself, Valk.
I really did. I need one of those canes like they have in Showbiz, where it just hooks him off.
Join us in Eorzea today.
I'm gonna.
Is that blue foxy nicey icy dicey ricey spicy icy? It does look like blue foxy nicey icy dicey ricey pricey micey. I don't know where I was going with that one.
Okay, you can do the full fucking Final Fantasy XIV theme, but you can't do that.
Look, I was making ones up on the spot. There wasn't a copy pasta for me to go with. I was trying to do more than what Jack written down there. You try and come up with more words with C at the end of it, okay? For blue foxy nicey icy. Go ahead, do it.
Yeah, I'm good.
See, he doesn't.
Icy, bicey, banana, fana, fo, ficey. Oh my god, why do I remember that song? Fucking hell.
Spirits haunt these ruins.
And he can't remember his car insurance.
But I was able to trap them. I fear the coven that invades the region will try to use the spirits for their nefarious purposes. But if you dare, you can try to put them to rest. Activate the totems to release the spirits, and be prepared to fight.
Oh, where are we doing this?
I love it!
Hell yeah.
Can you hear their angry voices? Still more remain.
One more left.
Do you hear the people singing the songs of angry men? Da 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 ba da da.
I have vanquished the spirits. Let's see what that necromancer has to say.
Do any of you know the song to Les Miserables?
No, not really.
I'm not power gay, so no.
The howling of the spirits lessens. You have put them to rest. Wait. Listen. The coven!
Okay, why is my holy raid not going to the strongest person?
I can't carry anymore.
Oh. Oh, my inventory is full.
I have denied the coven, but I fear they will find other, darker powers to exploit. Thank you.
Hang on, I need to teleport.
I'm returning to town.
I need to teleport really quickly because I don't have enough room in my inventory and I need to salvage some of this stuff.
Same.
Alright, easy ones to get rid of are all the blues. So that's a magic focus for the follower. Alright. Mace, terrible. The dagger, don't care. The outcast helmet, nah. Bracers, nah. Shields, nah. Here's the problem, is that the legendary torso I got at level 28 is still good for me now. Artisan can be trained. Yeah, I know the artisan can be trained. I've been training them all this time. Alright, what about you, Miss? And then we got...
The city has many secrets, and I still remember most of them. I can get into Chaldeum through the sewers if I avoid the Imperial Guard. While I'm out, my friend has sworn to take down Magda. It won't bring Uncle Deckard back, but we'll all be relieved when she's gone.
Then...
Tell us about the Thieves Guild.
I am not alone.
Alright, I have gone through the things I need to go through. These can go away. I have so many flawless amethysts you wouldn't believe. Okay, apparently Blue is taking Jack to dinner. Good on them. What will Lasley say about that, though? Lasley wants in. We will bring them Himbo Horse and Silly Snap. A double date plus a third wheel. A fourth wheel with a fifth rate. I'm just a... Blue. 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 That line you just wrote is a very Seto Kaiba line. Just Seto Kaiba, like, just trying to get into, like, trying to battle Yugi, and meanwhile, all his friends are there, and he sees Joey Wheeler, and he's like, you're a fourth wheel with a fifth-rate presence. Just doesn't like Joey Wheeler at all. Alright, is Velk still over at the Whatsmahoozies?
Yep.
Awesome.
Yep.
Ooh, a Necromancer
2
log.
decades ago, my mentor faced the forces of evil and emerged victorious.
Please do not the Necromancer's log.
I cannot hope to surpass his achievements.
What?
But I will try to bring balance to the raging forces that threaten to tear the world asunder in these days. The spirits are restless near Chaldeum.
Ooh.
I must quiet them.
Oh, hello. Lasley knows I'm her bitch. There's no escape from me. I love how me and Blue, like, our relationships are very much like they're locked in here with us.
Wrath is low.
Sorry, you're expecting to get out? Nope.
Nope. The Tism-ism has only just gotten to terms that we are together and we can never leave. It will be reprehensible if you do. I will not recover for a year. Also, did we want to go into the thingy-madiggy? The ruins?
Yeah, let's go.
Yeah. You have... Hang on, where's the... There they are, over here.
Patience.
Oh, my skill isn't ready yet. Ooh. Zoom! Not even caring about the villains here, just exploring.
Not yet. A foe worth killing.
Big damage. Bring a date, fruit, and give it to Jack. I'll give Jack apples or oats. Actually, no. Jack doesn't like oats, do they? Don't you on the apple. I still need to do
What's wrong with oats? I love porridge.
I'll take the apples. Awesome, cool. So yeah, I
Nope,
still
you're getting the
have
oats.
sorry, the what?
Nope, you're getting the oats.
Blue will steal the apple, leaving oats for Jack.
I like a good Granny Smith apple.
I was ewing on the dates. Oh, dates. Good. I still have that, like, you know, Whatsmahoozie streamer goal. Once we get to 50 subs, it's like we're still a very far ways from it, and I didn't think it was going to be a ridiculous kind of goal, like, to reach. But it seems to be 50 subs, and then I would do like a review or tier list of all the different apples available to me around Australia, or around my different grocery stores.
Except for Red Delicious, which is taste suicide.
Look, here's the thing: when you tell me not to, like, fun fact, Velk, when you tell me not to play a game, this just further strengthens that I need to play this on stream.
You will not play the game that I got you. You will not do it. I know you won't.
What game?
Wizardry 8.
I knew Velk was gonna gift it.
him Wizard.
Yeah, he gifted
You got
it to
him
me.
Wizardry as well.
And he's like, get pranked. I gifted you something. I'm like, it's Wizardry, isn't it? And he's just like, maybe, maybe not. You're gonna have to check. And I'm like, it's gonna be Wizardry. Lo and behold, it was Wizardry 8. And he's like, get pranked, lol.
The Valrus manuscript lists Asmodan as the best battlefield commander of all demons, having defeated the angels many times in the eternal conflict across Pandemonium and the prime evils in the demonic civil war. If the Lord of Sin ever assaults our realm, we truly have much.
So I want you to keep that in mind, that little Asmodan story, that he is the greatest general. Just keep that in the back of your head.
He's gonna be absolutely... Oh, shit.
Patience.
There we go. Ooh, a square emerald and a square amethyst. 30.
Not all dangerous demons are large and imposing. The dust imps are little more than children in size, but they possess the cunning and bloodlust of far larger creatures.
Yeah, I don't think you would enjoy
emerging
a lot of wizardry. There's a few ideas that are great, but I just don't think it's the style of game that you would enjoy. I could be wrong.
You could be wrong. Could be absolutely correct as well. You never know. God rays. Focus on the legendary monster, you idiot god. God damn it. Why is it so hard for the gods to see the strongest battles?
Instead of God damn it as a swear, you're actually trying to tell the god to damn it.
It's like, God, the strongest warrior is right there, and God is just like, nah, this imp right over here. Alrighty. So, I got... neither one is worthwhile. The flail is meh. The gauntlets, however, I like the increase in vitality. Lightning resistance. The helmet is meh. Bucketed Dow. Clever Coral. I like how this one gives me increased vitality, which is just gonna play into... Hey! Leonis! Meowdy. Meowdy, Leonis. You stole my shirt! Alright, where to? But yeah, like, here's the thing, is like, you got me Wizardry 8. I went and got myself Wizardry 6 and 7 because it was on GOG. And then I've gone and picked up Wizardry 1 on Steam.
No! Not Wizard... Oh, if it's the true Wizardry 1, I'm so sorry for what you're about to experience.
It's the one that was released in, like, 2023 or 2024, so there's some quality of life changes to it.
Okay. Because otherwise...
The speed, chat. Like, he didn't want to hear anything. He heard the number 1 and he just objected. Instantaneous.
That creature must die.
Because, okay, I'm a big supporter of graphics do not make the game. That's how I can get through Wizardry 6, is because I don't care what it looks like.
Yeah.
There are some standards.
So that was your issue, is the standards.
Have a polygon. Because back in those days, it was just lines.
Yeah, it was ASCII art.
At best.
I've seen a screenshot. Chat, Google Wizardry. You will see like how it like, because amazingly enough, it has like some earlier RPG mechanics such as like, you know, transferable character saves from one game to a sequel, equal item management. Like, from what I have been told from Wikipedia articles, Wizardry and Ultima, and there's like a third one, are like the godfathers of RPG mechanically speaking.
Yeah, like Wizardry 6, 7, and 8, you can go through it and you can have the same characters. It's a really good time if you're a sadist like that.
Was the youngest of the prime evils, but I found him the most dangerous, for his power over terror left him incapable of feeling fear. Though he had easily possessed and corrupted many humans,
Sorry, I just wanted to,
Diablo's essence was finally trapped in a soul stone and banished to the unfathomable abyss 20 years ago.
Okay, cool. So the Enchantress was 20 years behind schedule.
Yeah.
Just a little.
Just a little.
Just a little.
Just a will.
So it's Wizardry 1 it's not graphically good at all. And I don't fault anyone for not enjoying it.
Yeah, that's
Wizardry
fine.
6, 7, and 8, yeah, those are good. And in Wizardry 8, there is a part that you specifically will enjoy, Grant.
Cool. Oh, Kane's journal.
Ariel was the only female evil. She aided the lesser evils for many years.
Wow.
Eventually, she lost faith in their plots. 2 decades
One
ago,
woman
she chose
in
to
the
help
evils,
Diablo
and
during
she's
his
like apparently the
resurgence
weakest.
And seized the citadel of the Sightless Eye. Ultimately, she perished at the hands of brave heroes.
They made the one woman in like the whole like evils and things, they made her like the lesser evil.
Akarat favors me.
I mean, yeah, there's sexism amongst the demons, okay?
There's sexism among the what's-makuzi, the developers.
Among Us?
Thank the gods.
Belk just thinking, oh, there's sexism among us. It could be me. It could be him. It could be any one of us. Statistically speaking, it's most likely me. As the token straight white man, it's most likely going to be me. Ooh. A lot of gold.
Ooh, big yawn.
Big yawn. Hey, look, a Colossus sword. And then, what's around here? Ah, okay, so the... God damn, so much gold. This is amazing.
I owe you everything.
I'm just gonna have to save. All right, are we going into the little thingamajiggy? Work's gonna be
Yeah,
rough.
I was gonna say, let's go there.
Work's gonna be rough. Oh, do you have to deal with people that are going into the Odyssey and are gonna heckle Christopher Nolan for his choices of depiction of the gods and whether or not to cancel out some of the stories from Homer's Iliad?
Help us! You can't leave us here.
I'll be frank with you. A part of me wants to go to the cinemas, but I also know that if I want to go to the cinemas, I want to go pick up popcorn and such, and I don't want to wreck my diet, and that's the reason I don't want to go watching new movies yet. It's the elders you have to deal with. Oh, so the people that actually live during Homer's Odyssey is the ones that you have to deal with then. They're going to be sitting there and they're going to be like, that's not how they looked. The sirens were much sexier, and they had teeth.
Waiting for Code.
Oh yeah, where is Code?
Coming.
The Chinese
Where's your
elders are
army, Code?
funny people. Good to know. Out of all the elders to choose from, it's the Chinese elders. That's just an out-of-pocket statement. I just realized, out of all the elders, the Chinese are the best elders. Funny. I feel like the Italians are like the best cooks. Very hearty meals. Oh, there's a town cellar we can go into as well. Do these vessels not realize that we're killing them?
Probably.
They're trying to transform into something stronger.
Okay. Oh, I see them. The thralls.
That was actually a selling point on the old trailer, was that you would have strong enemies out the front of those ones, defending them so that they could transform.
Okay. Alright. Town cellar. Short work there. Yum. 95% of them will tell me either tickets used to be $1 back in my day, or I haven't been to a movie in forever, or I've never been to a cinema. Ooh. All right. What do you reckon this is going to take us longer than a minute?
Yeah, no.
Yum. Let's see how this goes. Time us, chat.
The chase ends here. It matters not. While you hunted me, Belial's Imperial Guard captured your little witch. Soon, her power shall be his.
What was that about mechanics?
They're for cars.
This was the least I could do for King. No one else.
Choo choo.
Choo choo.
Wait, that's not a cow. I fucked it.
Oh my.
When I joined the Coven, it was weak and idle. The leaders were content to do nothing, while the prime evils were imprisoned. I convinced another witch to help me poison them, and together we took control. She left some years later. I continued, bringing the Coven to glory under Lord Belial.
Increase entangling shot by 15%. Yeah, but that's for what's-a-whoosies. Where are you guys going?
Back to town.
Oh. There's not like a little thingamajiggy here. Okay.
I'm returning to town.
I'm returning to town. Oh, cool.
Cutscene.
As she died, Magda swore Belial would rule all. I will not let that happen.
Alrighty. Before that,
New goods today. Please look. You won't be disappointed.
salvage. Alright. This belt. Cold and thorn. Ooh, this one increases my thorn damage, so I will keep you. And then this is a rare spear taking both things, so that's a no. That's two-handed, so that's a no. Higher vitality. No. Gain life per wrath spent, increase wrath generation, chance to hit blind. Removes the cost of Blessed Shield, increases damage by 293. Should probably look into what Blessed Shield does, because I'm using Shield Blast right now. Alright, meanwhile, this one here. Physical resistance, extra monster, increases wrath regeneration. Then these boots, increases Hammer of the Ancients damage. No. These pants. No. No. I still like my crown giving me additional things, quite frankly. Like, look at this. I got 7 square amethysts now. It's incredible. Like, honestly, this crown, broken. I love it. literally broken. Alright. Ding. Repair the equipped. 40 to 45. I'm gonna keep my gold just so then that way I have like a... Alright. So vitality.
Now it's been about 3 hours. So we want to keep going for a little bit longer, or
I reckon we can do another hour.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm up for an hour. What about you, Velk? You up for another hour?
No.
Awesome, awesome, awesome. This does 84 vitality. This does
Making sure we're all on the same page.
I'm just figuring out, like, if I want... That does 84, chance of area hit, regenerates, chance of area hit. So both of these do area hits. And that way we can put... Weapon plus 300 thorn damage. Absolutely, I'm gonna put the square topaz in this fucker. Iced out. Nice. Got myself an achievement for that.
Right. Oh yeah, there's also a secret level in this game too.
Of course there is.
Shall I work on unlocking that for everyone? In my own time?
I guess so. Alright.
Because it's not as easy as it is.
She claimed the Imperial Guard serves Belial, and that it has captured Leah.
Then they must be holding the Emperor against his will. I tremble to think what Belial might do with Leah and her growing power. The only chance we have to rescue Leah is to wrest the Emperor from the grasp of the Imperial Guard.
The Shearer of the Iron Wolves can get us to the Emperor. I will speak with her.
Alright, back into town we go.
Alrighty. Nyom. So we go to the bazaar? Yep.
Yep.
Nyom.
Or at least the very strange.
Captain Ravan, the conditions out here are deplorable.
Ashira, the Emperor is in danger. I need to speak with him.
I heard what you did at Qasim Outpost in Alcanis. You have my thanks, and you shall have my help. Captain Ravan, this man has vital information regarding the massacre in the Borderlands. We must see the Emperor at once.
Very well, but I don't think you'll find him receptive. Let them pass. We need to be within the safety of the city.
Alrighty.
Let's go. I'll lead you to the palace.
Emperor Hakan II.
You are bold to have sought this audience with me. My gods tell
Who's this child?
The massacre of innocent villagers in Alcanis.
Your guards lied.
If you are innocent, then why do you have spies skulking through my sewers? Bring her in!
Let me go!
I detest violence. Gods, I leave this matter in your hands.
Okay, cool.
No!
Oh, once again, doing the uber magic sheet.
I knew you'd come for me.
We need to leave before more guards arrive.
This way.
Get out of here. I will cover your escape.
Thank you. Now we need to get to the sewers. I'll explain why when we get there.
Weren't you just previously caught in the sewers, Leah? Like... Nyom.
These demons are blocking our way. We must destroy their summoning construct.
Way ahead of you.
Oh, we could just ask nicely, you know.
No, they're demons. You don't ask demons nicely. You ask them at the end of a hammer.
See, that's why demons don't like you.
There has to be a way into the sewers from here. This leads to the sewers.
Really, a sewer grate leads to the sewers. More at 11.
The Velk, this is fine. Ooh, gold.
I found my mother, Adria. She's alive.
What?
Time to test my skill.
How is her mother? Her mother must be fucking
Not ready
ancient.
yet.
Oh wait, no, maybe not that ancient. It's only been 20 years. Never
Somehow I
mind.
knew my mother was alive. I always knew it.
But you never knew her.
You also have to remember
They're
which.
not as they seem sometimes.
Witches. Oh my god. It's children. Fuck you,
My
children.
exemplary servants. Keep the witch alive until she talks.
Oh, goblin.
Pain will loose her tongue, but
Not
only
yet.
to a point. Remember what happened with the vizier's assistant. It was a pleasurable time, I admit. But the man had
So many square amethysts. I need the jeweler at some point. I love this crown giving me additional like jewels and such. It's so great. I have so many amethysts though, like you wouldn't believe. Yeah, I'm sitting on like 5 of them right now. And I love how it goes with the level as well. It doesn't just go, oh, it gives me the same amethyst that's slotted in my head. It goes with like the same quality. So like if, whether it's flawless or squared, it's the same drop. I feel like that's a bug that they just decide to ignore.
I don't think it is.
Here.
Oh.
Tell us about the Black Soul Stone. We know of the 3 that the Horadrim used to trap the primevals. What is the purpose of this one?
Your master Belial has good reason to fear it.
Leave her alone!
Oh, god damn it, Leah.
Seize them!
I love it!
Leah, my daughter.
You know who I am?
My darling, I've watched over you all your life, but I never dared get close because of the danger that always shadows me.
It is not safe here. Let's move.
And back to the hidden camp.
I'm surprised Cain never told you why I left. He knew I was called to fight the Lords of Hell, and I knew he would keep you safe.
He's gone now.
Then it's fate that we have been reunited. Cain's work, your work, is my war.
According to the Horadric texts, only 2 evils remain. Belial is here in Chaldeum, and Azmodan has yet to reveal himself.
Manacle hooves. Let's have a look. Not that much better. Those are better shield. Increases shield bash, poison resistance, maximum wrath. Rare two-handed, two-handed. Two-handed. Magnus Rest. Yep, I'll wear you. And... Alright, the rest is salvaged.
Just... Damn. Okay, that looks cool.
Wait, what's cool? Hang on.
It's on cooldown. You'll see it.
Ah, okay, hang on. I'm just doing... belongings. Oh!
After all this time, my mother is
I'm just gonna turn my heater on. My tootsies are getting cold.
Yeah, I
hard to
do
accept
not
that
like
she never
how
sent word to me
Australian
in
homes
Oracle
just do
Second.
not set up for
She
winters.
said that she wanted to keep me safe, but I just...
What is
wish I
winter?
knew. Well, at least I have her now.
Maybe getting a cold front coming through soon.
The
Oh,
guards
God.
were asking you about this Black Soul Stone. I remember reading about it in Uncle's journal, but it didn't seem important.
Toby.
No, but it is. It is the key to defeating evil forever. It was created by the mage Zoltan Kuhl to trap demonic souls.
Yes, he was in Renegade Haradrim, dismembered by his brethren before he could activate the Soul Stone. His head was sealed away in the Dulgar Oasis.
We must retrieve it, because if we're to use the Soul Stone to defeat Belial and Azmodan, Zoltan Kuhl must live again.
Oh, cutscene.
Oh, I thought the game crashed for a second there.
We've been having hit and misses in previous games. This is true.
Mother, Adria. She told us about the Black Soul Stone, an artifact that could banish evil forever.
That sounds false.
Find it.
Like, soul stones are meant to hold things, and if it's a black soul stone, then it's probably a soul of something that's turned it black.
Murderer, torturer.
Alright, looks like we're going back into town or something, are we? Or where are we heading to?
Zoltan Kuhl
Find the Oasis
Haradrim,
Gate in the flooded causeway.
Though it cost them dearly. They killed the
So I guess,
wizard
yeah,
for his crimes
into
against
the
nature
city.
and sealed his broken corpse within a shadow realm. It seems they were afraid he might return.
So, oh, this way. Okay. Yum.
No, the other way, Grant.
I've dug up some new things for you to take a look at.
I thought my family could leave this hellish place.
It's disgusting. I've seen that man going in and out of the sewers.
You never can tell with those types.
Yeah, what weirdos going into a sewer for an adventure.
I know, right?
Oh, hey. Merchants. Honestly surprised.
Listen to me. I cannot talk for long. Belial's guards are constantly watching me.
Oh.
Forgive me for my behavior at court. The gods would have killed me had I sided with you. But I will help you now as I can. You must be headed to the Oasis. I can open this gate for you.
Okay, I'll be real with you. That kid did a good act. I honestly thought he was just a bitch.
I mean, he could still be a bitch.
It is a kid. They are
Little
all
I can do.
just
Between my advisors
assholes
and the
at
Imperial
best.
Guard, my every move and action are controlled. I have tried to fight back, but
Oh, we lost
Belial's
Grant.
influence is strong. But
He's
now
listening
you've
to the
given
lore.
me a chance.
I'm listening to the lore.
Perhaps my only chance.
I'm not sure I trust you, after you set your guards on us.
I told you it was not my choice. My every move is controlled, and I am surrounded by enemies. But I swear to you, I will help you. I will prove it to you.
The lore is loring.
Alright, we lord.
I will enjoy this.
Okay, now the monsters are getting interestingly, like, a little more powerful for us, which is good. Hey, look, an axe. And then a thick something or other. Just random children in the sewers as well.
Burn in the light.
I do like that Rain of Vengeance. That is very satisfying.
It leaves also a path of, like, fire as well, so it is like it's like an ulti.
Yeah. It's helpful.
Yum. There we go.
Itchy foot.
Up, found the path to the Oasis.
Right, coming to you guys.
Nyom. See, I like this simplified fun.
Had enough. Nothing stops the crusade.
What's the max level in this game? Like 70?
Yeah, I reckon we'll be there before we even hit the end game.
Yeah, we will.
But, I mean...
Oh, hey, a rotting cellar.
Please, someone help! I'm being robbed!
You fool! Quiet, or I will rip your tongue from your mouth. The enemy has destroyed Alcarnus and most of the cultists. The Master commands us to capture more slaves immediately. Go to the oasis and abduct villagers. Kill any who resist. That way we shall both gain allies and destroy enemies.
Alright, let's see what this axe is. It's one-handed again, which is good. But there's no secondary ability. But I'm not using Blessed Shield, so... Much higher damage, giving me way more. Plus recovery. Chance to inflict bleed. Gain life per ride spent.
Okay, I gotta check some skills.
I like this one. There we go. And then... Lightning skills, more damage, regenerate life, increase gold, pick up arcane resistance, health and vitality increases. Alright.
Let's give it a go, but
Thank you. Those vile
might be
creatures
dangerous.
were looting my goods. Now
I can't
that you
do
have
that.
saved me, I'd be happy to allow you the privilege of buying them instead.
Okay, revive. Let's see. Don't last that long.
Ooh, my axe is glowing. Look at that. That's cool. Alright. So, Blessed Ground. It did... The ground touched by the ray becomes blessed, scorching it and dealing 15 over 5 seconds when enemies walk through it. The ray of holy power grows to encompass 12 yards, dealing 27,000% damage as holy over 6 seconds. The ray splits into 3 smaller beams, each dealing 1,980 damage as holy over 6 seconds. Okay. Let's try... I'm gonna try Heaven's Fury, so then that way it does like an area of effect thing. And you reduce the cooldown of your other abilities by 12 seconds. See, accept that. And then for my laws, reduces all physical damage by 25%. Any enemy who attacks you will have their damage reduced by 15. Empower reduces the wrath cost of all abilities by 50% for 5 seconds. I still like my wings. Standing on constant takes as fire. Enemies with to explode when blinded. Is electrified. Can increase something or other.
Oh yeah, something for your collection code.
Summon war horses that deal 490% damage and have a 30% chance to stun for. So it goes still 490. Bowman is 185, which move around, which is better. And Dem increases the radius. Increases duration. After provoked, scared to run.
Yeah, that does a good job.
Increase the weapon damage of Shield Bash to 875. And then
I was more meaning because of the name, but okay, if it's an upgrade, sure, go for it.
Not fully. No, actually, my other
Ooh.
one's a little bit better.
I'll try that sweep attack, honestly. It's an enemy, it splits. It detonates with a shockwave of impact, causing all enemies hit to be knocked away from the blast and slowed by almost. I'm gonna see how sweep attack goes. Then John seeks out nearby targets, stealing. I'm gonna try out Justice. Then Slash has Zeal. Gain 1% increased attack for every enemy hit for 3 seconds. This effect stacks up to 10 times. Alright. I'm gonna give the Hammer of Justice a try. You can no longer dodge, but you're... The fuck is dodge? I haven't been dodging at all. That means fucking nothing to me.
Oh, it's a passive thing where you can just sometimes avoid taking damage.
Ah, okay. Alright. I'm trying something called Justice. Like... Alrighty. This a ways. Okay, that was meaningless. This ways. The trail we blaze. Oh yeah, that's a bigger radius. Slightly.
Oh, bless, finally. That'll do.
Okay, I'm realizing that my my right click doesn't let me get in close. So Justice is doing ranged hits, which doesn't work well. Oh hey, another thingy. Another storage cellar.
Please, don't eat me.
Oh, thank you. I thought I was a dead man. I pick up garbage from the aqueduct so it doesn't ruin our water supply. Doesn't pay well, but I find plenty to sell. Have a look.
Yeah, nothing worthwhile. Merchants,
This
terrible.
will be a good battle.
Enhanced, nightmarish.
Patience.
Oh, there you go, you can res him.
Huh? Oh, okay, cool. Didn't realize Code died. I'm so sorry about that, Code.
That's alright.
Yay! We're finally using a mechanic of cooperative.
Cluster arrow? Oh, not cluster arrow. I just realized what that is. You.
What's up?
Oh, I got a legendary that increases cluster arrow.
But you don't use cluster arrow.
Don't like cluster arrow. Fine. Oh, really? I have to change my build.
What's that?
It that I'm now I'm a summoner now.
Companions.
So you see these little crossbow things on the ground?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can have 5 of them now, apparently.
Oh, amazing.
So that's some damage.
Hey, What's Mahuzi Oasis? Nice.
Hmm.
Our bosses are gonna drop dead now.
You mean they weren't already?
No! My god, there's so many arrows everywhere.
Not ready yet.
Well, I can stop this guy from, like, you know, going away with my sweeping thing. That's nice.
Nope, damn it, I died.
Oh, let me help. I can help. I can help. Wait. Where are you, Code? There you are. Yeah. Look at me, I'm a healer.
A priest of Rathma.
Look at me being helpful as a priest. You want to stick with us, Code?
Yeah, I'm coming.
Okay. You were just picking up corpses.
No, I was checking an item that I got.
Ah, okay. Ooh, square amethyst and square amethyst. Crumbling rock wall. Okay, that's worth nothing. 5 bones.
Okay.
You've been improving your build.
I don't know who decided to give me grenades, but thank you.
I thought you didn't like grenades.
Not the skill, but on the cluster arrow? Sure.
Oh,
enough.
I was nearly dead that time. I need to be mindful. I actually need to use my what's a Mahuzi ability.
Your healing potions?
Not my healing potions. The Law of Hope. It gives me shields and helps me restore life. Like passively, it gives me life, and then actively, it will give me like shields for like 5 seconds.
Akarat be praised.
Oh, weird. Going baller.
About time we found the quest
Oh,
marker.
wow.
Not ready yet.
This guy's tough. Never mind. Alright. Rare Crusader Shield. What the? 600 and that is good. Reduces cooldown of all abilities by 4, increases the sweep attack by 13, increases maximum ref, reduces duration of being impaired. Hell yeah. Reduces cooldown of all skills. Oh, that's two-handed. That's why. Never mind. Ring of the Mind, plus 155 intelligence. You want that code?
Let me have a look. Follow it down. It doesn't really do much else.
Chelsea,
Though,
thank you so
me.
much for the follow. I greatly appreciate it. Welcome, welcome. All good. I just thought it might be good for you. Alright.
I mean, you can have it back if you want. I just can't find any real.
It will be
benefit in
salvaged,
keeping it.
is the thing. So, like, every time...
I'll keep it
that's
then.
why I've been, like, hoarding every item I grab is
Oh,
for the
here we go.
salvage. Hey, look, a new event!
The stones will stop their foul ritual.
Lol. It decides to... Where's the avatar? There they are.
Akanishu!
Huh.
Do I remember them?
They were a blue fallen near the cairnstones.
Yeah, they were a pain in the ass too.
Did it.
Oh, I got some legendary gloves.
Good for you. I got myself a champion's rake. Ooh, it does arcane damage. But, oh my god, it's so weak. Oh. It's fucking weak. Ugh.
Code,
Thank you very much for the follow.
Code, this might be for you.
Oh, let me see. Assault deed.
Yeah, it's got intelligence and decent weapon damage.
Heals you and your allies for every point of wraith you spend. Balance have shield bearers. Sweep attack. Blessed has brute force. I think I'm gonna change Pearl's Sword of Justice. When it hits an enemy, gain 5% increased movement speed for 3 seconds. This fuck yeah. I'm gonna give that a try. So instead of throwing a hammer, it throws a sword and gives me movement speed. Alright.
Alright.
The forgotten thingies.
We are in agreement. Kul, the renegade, must be stopped. He seeks to duplicate the power of the stones and wield it for his own ends. He is obsessed with the powers of heaven and hell. Drawing their attention will only bring doom to us all.
Not yet.
Nice.
Ooh, the level of violence.
Treasure chest, thank you.
I heard it.
I will enjoy
Heard
this.
what? Ah, the golem. I think he might be off to the left of us. Oh, wait, I need to wait for my abilities to recharge before we go after him, actually, because otherwise this will be a... Oh, Jesus. Devastator's Law.
Oh, stuck in an explosion.
Alright. Hang on. Dunk. Dunk. Alright. You said you heard him?
Yep. He is where my crossbows are pointing.
I see him. Alright. Let's go.
He dead.
Dead. No chance. Would be nice if he dropped legendary, but we are killing him way too quickly, I guess. The head...
We set out in 1 week's time, into the desolate sands, to search for Kul's hidden archives. None of us have any idea what to expect. How far has Kul's madness driven him? How much power has he accumulated in his mad quest? I can only hope we are not too late.
Alright. Head back out.
I think it was probably close to calling it, Grant.
We got 15 minutes. We're so close.
Hey, Paradox, how you doing?
Codes.
3 centuries ago,
What's up?
a much smaller Chaldean
Are you good, Code?
upon small wells.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm here.
You good?
Then
Okay.
came the mysterious Dalgor, offering Chaldeum an oasis of unparalleled splendor, located in an area previously thought to be desert, asking only that his name be permanently affixed to the land. Then he vanished into the wastes.
Alright. Anywhere else? No. Alright, so then it is going back to the... Oh, hello. Thras. That's a lot of S's.
Wait, Kate, can you stop hitting me?
Who's hitting you? go.
Demon dude that just teleported right in behind me.
Patron Arts. Okay. And another square ruby.
This cannot be opened yet.
Ow. That's gonna be annoying. Alright. Back to the hidden camp.
You out of space, Aya.
If you keep holding back, then you'll never improve.
Hang on, I need to salvage some nonsense.
Leah, are you all right?
Yes, I think so.
I'm sorry to push you like this, but it will all be for the best in the end.
I know.
Relentless. So that's two-handed, two-handed. Lurker's defines for the Demon Hunter, but it only has like 3 abilities on it. Meh. Scoundrel's pouch. We'll pick up. Okay, equipped. Dunk, highest usable. The belt can probably be changed to highest usable. Where's my belts? Ants, token, shield, shoulders. Here we go. Ooh, this one gives me thorn damage. Okay. Alright. Ding, dong. Anything I can put plots? No.
It is time. Leah, cast the...
Oh, she's cast... What in the world?
Live again.
Zoltan Cool. We need you to activate the Black Soul Stone. We would use it to trap the last 2 Lords of Hell.
People can just get some food. Oh, good, Paradox.
Stranger, it has haunted me in death, just as it commanded me in life. Tyrael.
I am, but now mortal.
Fate is whimsical.
Whimsy. Ooh. Okay, thank you for the shield.
I will give you the Black Soul Stone, but in exchange, I must be made whole once again.
You were treacherous before. How do I know you won't be an even greater threat once you've been fully revived?
You don't. So you must ask yourself, how much would you risk to save this wretched world?
Everything.
So be it. To begin, you will need to retrieve my blood from the dungeons where it has been hidden away. You will find them in the desolate sands beyond the aqueducts.
I'm going to go with you. We should bring Cool's head with us. Maybe he'll have something useful to say. I'll put him in your bag.
Go fuck yourself.
Alright.
I'll take it with us. Maybe he'll have something important to say, but you can hold on to him.
Yeah.
Oh, what? It took me back to the...
I'm returning to town.
It's like, they put his, we got 10 minutes left. Probably won't get time to go through the aqueducts now.
Because we need to head back to the Oasis. And then...
Yeah.
An interesting one, aren't you? I wonder if your friends know what you truly are.
Speak plainly.
Oh, I can open this gate for you.
What gate is he talking about?
Where I am. How do you drop the flag?
You don't need to. Right-click on Code's portrait and go teleport to player.
Didn't realize you got there so quickly. Tyrell is funny when he learns this feeling of hunger and thirst. Can't wait for when he realizes there's bathrooms.
No time for pleasantries. I think I may have uncovered Bilal's assumed identity. I'm very close. But here's what you need to know. To find Cool's blood, you'll need to get through the aqueducts. There are 2 levers that control the entrance beneath the waterfall.
Pretty sure we can just walk through the waterfall, but alright.
Apparently we're not powerful enough for that.
Something foul came here before us.
Nyom.
This will be a good battle. Patience.
Careful standing in that poison for too long, too.
Alright, alright.
Hey, Grant, you like your thorns damage, don't you?
I do. Hang on. Pass it to barbs. 57 thorn. I get more with my pants that I'm currently wearing because of my vitality.
Okay.
So, yeah. Like, that's the... Like, anything that does, like, big boosts to strength and vitality is what does it for me. Oh, gosh darn it, Artemis. She's clearly on lunch break at this point if she's stolen my shirt again.
Lol.
Yeah, she'll probably steal your shirt, too, don't forget.
When the Crusaders had...
No, she wouldn't do that.
Would you do that, Artemis? Would you steal Code's shirt?
The corruption that coiled at the heart of the Zakarum faith. There was no clear goal for them to pursue, and some clerics claimed it was a fool's errand, that they could never succeed. But
death, I can smell it. Not ready yet.
I should have seen.
Ha! You don't have the bits. Ha ha.
Darn. So, alright, so that's the first one out of the way. It said there was like 2, didn't they?
Yeah.
Ooh, I love this belt. And then... Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, just checking some skills.
All good, all good.
Cower before Zakarum.
Love my god, Ray. Oh my god, look at all these skeletons.
Well, they're not mine.
Make them yours, then. You can do that now, can't you?
Yes.
Alright, step ahead here. The Western flow control. I only had enough to steal twice this morning, and I did that so now to earn more. Alright.
We must stop him for our master!
Belial must really want you.
Life is beautiful. Hopefully it's this way? Nah.
No, other way.
Ooh, okay. Oh, okay. You guys made a grave mistake by trying to lock me into where all you guys are. I have thorn damage.
The philosopher Caddis.
Hell yeah. I feel like I'm really getting into a stride right now.
That happens.
Oh wait, Code is still behind us.
Yeah, don't worry, I'm coming.
I'm just so used to like pressing 3 and then just dashing forward to catch up with Elk. He's just doing barrel rolls and things.
Well, I'm just dealing with all the monsters you guys are leaving behind.
Sorry, I'm in a bloodlust right now. I got 113 kills.
By the light be damned.
I'm impressed that you got up to 113. I have...
130.
Congrats. I have no kill streak right now.
Yeah, neither.
It ended.
At 130. Impressive, honestly.
Can't argue with that. Here we go, I found it.
There we go. And now we can make our way.
That passage should lead to the desolate sands.
A secret door hidden behind a waterfall. Oh, magic.
I can't believe he stuck me in a barrel.
It's got a point. He's out of line, but he's right.
Yeah, but it is imaginable.
Are you still alive out there? Or is it the monsters?
Who is this guy?
Thank you for releasing me. It was getting a little boring in there.
Covetous Shen?
I am seeking a magic crucible that legend says was hidden in these very aqueducts. It would be a valuable addition to my jeweler's tools. Help me find it, and I will be greatly indebted to you.
Cool.
Oh, how rude of me. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Covetous Shen.
And what do you covet, Shen?
Oh, this and that, you'll see.
This and that.
I can't imagine why my young partner bashed me over the head and sealed me in there. This place is quite dangerous without a knowledgeable guide.
And you are such a guide.
Well, I am.
Yeah, it's the same voice actor behind Poe's dad in Kung Fu Panda.
I recognize him, yeah.
Not yet.
He's gonna tell us about a secret ingredient in the secret ingredient soup.
Or he's also the Emperor in Big Trouble Little Chinatown.
Oh, is that who he is as well? I have yet to see it. Back this way.
Yeah, that was the other guy I was gonna go with. Was the assistant in Mulan.
Way around the world and never find its like. Except for this part. I've seen this somewhere else.
Xiao's assistant.
The admin guy from Mulan.
Oh
yeah, that guy.
Loves me like no other.
Yes.
The only girl who'd love him is his mother.
Now, I wonder where my young guide got off to. His name was Gavin, I believe. Yes, that was it.
Gavin.
Young fellow. He must still be around here also. Or perhaps he got lost. No, we're not lost, are we?
A foe worth killing.
Nope, not this way. This way, perhaps?
You know, it was actually quite an interesting experience to be locked up in a barrel. I had a lot of time to think to myself. It was a little uncomfortable.
Thank you for the dopamine hit. It is much needed and greatly appreciated. All good, Artemis. Glad to provide dopamine hits for you.
Dear, I did warn him.
Gavin, oh my god. There he is. Looking too great.
The crucible should be safe now. Pick it up. Pick it up. Poor young man. If I had known the crucible was cursed, I never would have brought him along.
Lol.
If you come see me in Caldeum...
So...
Here in the aqueducts. You must be joking.
Don't be ridiculous.
What do you reckon he knew it was cursed the entire time?
I reckon he did
I'm
know
going
it was
to
cursed.
the waypoint and back to camp.
Hard to tell with him.
You go on ahead. I'm going back to town. I need to learn the spell needed to restore Cole's body.
Alrighty then.
Okay, looks like we got a portal back to camp.
Yep. Do we want to call it here then? Because it's just hit 1 o'clock.
I would say yeah.
Alright, hitting camp. And I can start, like... salvage nonsense. Oh my goodness, like... I am still wearing Heart of Iron from, like, Act 1. It is, like, a quarter of, like, most armors that you can pick up, but I still
I mean,
love...
if it isn't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah, like, thorn damage is really good.
Let me have a look at my skills before we go, too. So I've got... Ooh, blood spikes. Yes, healing. That's always good.
Yes, that will be good. Two-handed. That's good.
Blood Golem. Sacrifices itself, healing you and reconstructs the target's location. Land of the Dead. I have no idea how Land of the Dead is supposed to work.
Rare Ring, Glamorous Slayer, or Lucky Star. And I want to replace Lucky Star.
Lucky Star? I like sausage.
Yeah, okay. And swap you out. Alright.
What, have you never seen Lucky Star before?
Nah, it's not ringing any bells. Alright.
Uneducated.
Love my
Alright, I'm gonna exit out the game.
The fight, but my foes weaken.
Big stretches. Big stretches.
Big stretches.
Hey, mister, I got some new things. You should take a look.
So, on a rare with a newfound, you can replace the property as many times as you want, paying the enchantment cost each time. Would it, like, level it up, I wonder?
No idea.
Additional appearances can be unlocked by finding legendary items. Yeah. I have now leveled her up to the max. Now I just need to find the diamond guy. There he is. Alright. Train the jeweler to learn new recipes. Death's Breath. Found one of the most challenging monsters used by artisans to craft and modify items. Interesting. I need to find that.
Interesting indeed.
Alright, so I can remove gems. Removing gems returns both the item and the gem intact. And I can forge jewelry now. Nice. Alright, Master Ring, Illustrious
An
Ring.
ally has abandoned the fight, but my foes weaken.
So you can make all of the jewelry.
Nice. And then I don't have too many topazes. But yeah, that's kind of cool. I love that. So yeah, because like... Oop, hang on. Bam. Look at this. I have so much fucking amethyst because of this amethyst in the Broken Crown.
Yeah, I noticed.
I'm probably gonna swap the amethyst in here for like maybe a ruby or like it's a shame there isn't like something in here that's like, ah yes, increase the chances of like, you know, whatsamahoozy, like the chance of magic items or something like that. So,
yeah.
Alright. So we're all good? We're all done?
Yeah, all good. We're all done.
Alrighty then. Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and call it here, chat. Thank you everyone so much for being around. Hang on, where's the music?
The music's all in your head.
The music can't be all in my head. There we go. Thank you for everyone who came along to this morning's stream. I greatly appreciate it. Before we all disappear, let's go and see who is online and who we can go and raid. Now,
Well, I was just looking. Yeen's got their new debut for their.
Are they still online streaming right now?
It looks like it. They're on a short break at the moment, but
there they are. Outbreak with friends. All right, yeah, we're gonna. It looks like they'll be back in about like 5 minutes, but it looks like they're playing a game of words on stream, which I think will be I think this will be a nice surprise for them. Unless you want to like, we can chat for like a couple more minutes if you want.
Oh well, I mean, they might be back in a second. Who knows how long it's going to take for them to get back?
Yeah, who knows? So, oh damn! Actually, I need to go to the bathroom. Damn it! Sorry. Bathroom break for me, real quick.
Quickly go to the bathroom because you don't want to go to the bathroom while you're on Thingo.
Yep. Hang on. Think. Yeah, because I think we're gonna go right into the unnamed gene, and we're just gonna time it so that it's when they're back.
Yeah. Just having a look. Oh, next week as well. Oh, I'll wait for Grant to get back before I say anything. While I'm sure he can hear us, it's probably a bit harder for him to.
It cuts in and out, honestly, so I'm not having.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Brick all around the apartment.
Oh yeah, so did you guys see the thing for the noise for what might be the coming class?
Yeah, the Falconer.
Yeah, so yeah, everyone thought it was a grenadier, but yeah. So what was the original shirt that made everyone think it was going to be a grenadier?
No one. What?
No, the shirt that Thingo wore at the first one.
That was Redaton. Redaton? The shield guy from the level 50 trial.
Yeah, but didn't he wear another shirt as well that made everyone think it was going to be grenadier?
That I'm aware of, but I could be wrong.
Well, it looks like it looks like it's going to be a falconer, which is interesting.
That's why I said Valor to me. What do you see up there? Fucking
I don't know.
League of Legends.
I guess we'll find out.
All right. A little longer than intended, but I'm back.
Are you back?
Yeah, no, sorry. Just was in the bathroom longer than intended was all. So, sorry. So, what would I miss?
We were talking about the falconer thing.
Oh yeah, because of the extended trailer, we saw the dude with the falcon and a wand, and then Soken showed us some sounds. So yeah, no, that was cool to see.
So yeah, possibly a falconer. Now next Sunday, just to give you guys a heads up, next Sunday I don't think I'll be able to do it.
Okay.
Streaming because I've got work on Saturday because they've given me 5 shifts this week.
Ooh, okay, wow.
So unless you want to push it back to about 1 o'clock and then do it after 1 for 3 hours.
This time around? Yeah, we can always push it back. Like, do we want to do that, Velk?
I'm down with that.
Yeah, we can give Sunday afternoon
little
a
bit later.
try. It will be a very
Yeah.
So yeah, I've never done like a Sunday afternoon, I'll be real with you. Normally I've been doing mornings and such to catch the Americans.
Yeah, it's just because because they give me Saturday. Because one of the other guys has gone away on Saturday, so they've given me Saturday to do as well, which is fine for me because it means I get Sunday pay on top of that.
Nah, that'll be good. That'll be good.
That's right. October's gonna be a real pain in the ass because they're going to Japan. It's like they've got 5 shifts throughout October.
Alrighty. Okay, so looks like he will be back in 1 minute, perhaps. But yeah, I gotta say, like, I'm loving Diablo 3. Out of all the Diablo games I'm playing, like, I can definitely see if I, like, being pressed for time and being pressed for energy into different games, the going through Diablo 3 is such a, like, different kind of experience from the other Diablos. Like, it's a lot easier to go through. Meta crafting is a lot simpler as well. And I think all of these things play into not working well for those that are, like, you know, enthusiasts of the earlier difficulties. It's like if Diablo, or sorry, not Diablo. It's like if Dark Souls turned into more of a like a God of War, like 2016 God of War. I think that a lot of people would be annoyed by the difficulty change.
Yeah. The one thing I do like about Diablo 3 is the fact that this was when they started allowing for multiple buttons for each of the
abilities,
skills. Yeah, instead of you having to switch between with the F buttons.
I personally like that. I personally like that, you know, you have your left and right clicks, which we always had, but then, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4. Because let's be frank, I think it makes sense to have like the abilities divided into that. Oh, here's your offensive, here's your defensive, here's your like your special. Like, I think that's fine.
Yeah.
I think that totally makes sense.
Yeah. All right. Looks like they're back, I think, by the looks of it, or they're playing some sort of thing.
They're playing what looks to be a intro trailer of some sort. I know they do this with their like at the start of their streams. They play, it's like an anime opening or something like that.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, no. They like chat, if you don't know, the unnamed Gene is like they tell, like, they'll mention it to like anyone where it's like, oh, they like you know, that they were inspired by me and like 1 or 2 other like streamers and such like that. But quite frankly, they have well and truly surpassed me because they recently they got partner actually like less than a month ago,
is great.
which is absolutely fantastic. They're going through a model re-debut to go inside with it as well. Like, the work ethic and like just the media, like the social media understanding and content creation, they have gone through, I'm going to stop dancing. They have gone through this so much stronger than most other people I know, and they have been very helpful. Like they have given me like a little bit of direction in terms of like, you know, streaming times. And then there's like some stuff where it's like, I'm very thankful I don't have to do this as like a working job. I'm doing this for the love of the game, quite frankly. But there's definitely things that they've pointed out that it's like, Grant, you need to do better with. Like, I am absolutely do not have the same level of skill or what's the word? Not fortitude, the other one.
Yeah, I get what you're getting at.
Yeah, like for them, it's like they put so much more effort into this than I have. Like, considering they've changed their layout like twice now, like proper re-debuts and such, and whereas with me, it's like I've been using the same model for like the last 5 years plus, and I am now, you know, there's only small changes here and there. Like the room, like this room has been like edited, that's for sure, but not to like a huge degree. There hasn't been like any big re-debuts on my side.
Yeah, same.
So yeah, but now it looks like they've finished with their trailer now. So let's go.
They're gonna be starting back up soon, so let's raid into them now, I'd say.
Yeah, let's raid into them. So we're gonna go with Here we go. I'm gonna go. So arrival. I'm thinking double raid Diablo is coming.
I was gonna say double raid, but yeah, I didn't say Diablo.
All right. I just thought Diablo would be like a good one to add in. So yeah, for those of you that are subscribed, you're welcome to use whatever other kinds of emotes you want. I will be using mine. Here's the message without the emojis and what have you. And for otherwise, thank you for coming along to this morning's stream. I greatly appreciate it. I will get a stream schedule out later on, either today or tomorrow morning, because obviously there's the there's the change in timing for like next Sunday's stream of Diablo 3 to, you know, work with Belk and all that kind of nonsense. But where's my brain at? I'll get that out shortly. Lord knows I'll be able to do like my normal Monday, Wednesday, Friday. There's some puzzle games, there's some Uncharted. Belk, thank you so much for.
And for me, it's only gonna be 2 streams this week. So, but anyway, just wanted to get that because we got to raid in because we got 10 seconds.
All right. Bye, everyone. Bye.
Bye.
Good evening.
Or Belk like hits us with a good evening at the end.